Good evening and welcome to the West Ham Network for your Deadline Day Live. Hope you are all well and hope that the social media meltdown hasn't started yet. With 3 hours to go till the transfer window closes, we are only a few hours away from potentially, if you believe rumours and you believe all the stuff that's going around, potentially not from signing anyone. Not from signing anyone. Apparently, that is the rumour. Can you hear me now, Matt? No, we can't. No, we can't. So there's plenty of people in the chat. We're going to have several guests coming on throughout the evening. Special guests. We're going to be talking a lot about if we don't get someone over the line, what that means for our season. We have people who are well known within the industry, good quality, top-notch reporters who do come on, who will give us some insight into the goings-on of transfers, etc. We'll be talking it all through tonight. Myself, Stel, Russ, and plenty of guests with 3 hours to go for the transfer window. We'll be going through absolutely everything, so don't you worry about that. Now, listen, earlier on this morning, I came on, I'd done a show, and I was talking about Darwin Núñez. And I was saying about how West Ham had put an offer in for Darwin Núñez, but we were fully expecting the deal not to go through because obviously he was in South America on his international duty. And yep, that deal apparently was knocked back by Núñez. And we are not obviously getting the guy through the deal. Can you hear me, Matt? Okay. No, it doesn't look like you can. He's just nipping away and back and forth. But yeah, I think it was going to be a bit too much for us to think we can get that deal done. Obviously, the other day, we've been linked to the likes of Calvin Phillips and Rafinha, and we've done a couple of shows on them. And I think we all kind of agreed that they were kind of laughable links. And then you see things coming out today when you see Simon Jordan talking about the owners of the club, and you see the confusion in the fans' faces, if considering when you take into consideration we brought in Rob Newman to be a head of recruitment, and he had several months in the job in order to do the job that we were looking for him to do. But we aren't there yet. There is still 3 hours to go. The rumours are that we're expecting not to bring someone in. However, we never know. Things can happen. I mean, who am I? But we're just waiting on anything coming through. And as soon as we do, we will report it to you. I suppose the biggest news, though, the biggest news of today for me as a West Ham fan, was the fact that Jesse Lingard is not going to be coming back to West Ham in this window. So it looked like he was desperate for a move, but Manchester United have completely blocked him from leaving the club. I mean, how ridiculous is that? Not wanting to do business with West Ham. I think from what we understand, we were led to believe that he did not want to go to Newcastle no matter what. I think it was going to take crazy prices for him to even potentially go anywhere near Newcastle, but he is not leaving the club. Manchester United, earlier on today, their manager decided to say to him, yeah, off you go, mate. Go and get some first-team football. Show us what you're capable of doing. And literally about an hour ago, it was announced through Manchester United sources that they're not going to allow him to leave in this window, therefore taking the risk of losing him for free in the summer. Matt, you're in and you can hear us okay?
Yeah.
I mean, are you having a meltdown? Are you having a meltdown?
No, I'm just actually gutted, disappointed, to be honest, more than a meltdown.
What?
Because I'm just thinking of the long term rather than the short term.
Yeah. We have got guests due to come on. I've got people in the room as well, but we'll just talk to you for 5 minutes before we bring on our first guest. When it comes to your disappointment, we've had a month to get deals done. Now, if we were to bring in one, why are we waiting so late? What do you think the mindset is? Or and if we don't bring in one, why have we waited so long to start doing our business? Like, what is the situation here, Matt?
There's no explanation, is there? I mean, we all got excited in the summer because at the end of the summer, because Rob Noon was coming in, and we actually got chief of scouting now, and we hired some scouts, and we're looking. And then, look, I'll be honest, I only wanted 2 players in. As long if we got a centre back and a centre forward, I was happy because that's where we were desperate for cover, like beyond desperate.
Yeah.
We spent
Yep.
a week, at least a week, negotiating with a player we was negotiating with in the summer. And every day I just see, West Ham still in negotiations for Car, but Marseille need the money. Marseille had literally like broke. Apparently they had to raise like 30 million before they sent it to the window to not get like FFP issues like fines or whatever. So they need the money.
Yeah.
But we don't know if he's good enough. You've been scouting him for a year, at least 6 months solid. So you know if he's good enough or not.
Yeah.
If he's good enough, pay the money. If he's not, move on. You know, we keep getting told even up like 3 days ago. Oh, if we don't get him, we're gonna go for Nat Phillips because his dad is like best mates with David Moyes. He went to.
Let's take a. We've moved on here to Car. So obviously, you know, earlier on in the window, or kind of maybe about a week ago or whatever it was, the long-standing link to Car has come back, and it looked like we were extremely close to going for a deal. We were negotiating between a loan. Marseille wanted the full-blown money up front. West Ham again went in there to try and do a loan to buy. Then we heard that was potentially going to happen, and we were really, and I mean, really good sources in the French media, who are pretty much bang on left, right, and centre, said that he was coming, and then out of the blue, we don't hear anything, and we've not actually heard anything at all. Let's take a look at some info on Car before we move on to Car. Do you think we've missed out on a proper top-notch signing here, Matt, in Duge Car?
I just don't understand. Like, the guy could have played left centre back, the left-sided centre back position. He could have literally taken Ogbonna's position, sat alongside Zuma, and they're worried about. The thing is, right? They're worried about 15 million. 15 million. They paid more for Sojek. They pay more for Bowen. They pay more for Ben Rama. But 15 million in the modern day is nothing. I was watching Sky Sports earlier on their deadline day thing. I can't remember who it was. Might have even been Anton Ferdinand. And he was like, you know what? In the modern day, to get a decent player, you've got to pay 30 million.
Yeah, you've got to pay that money.
So if you're looking at something for less than 30 million, and they're happy to deal with that, they just wanted 15 million. That's all they wanted.
Yeah.
Because they need the money.
Who do you think pulled out in the... Who do you think is the one that potentially, if Car is still off, I mean, I don't know, I'm a half-glass full West Ham fan, so there's a little bit of, hope there. I don't know what hope I'm clinging on to. I mean, I'm literally on the side of a cliff, right at the bottom, or right at the top, but I'm hanging off, and I'm hanging by a thread, mate. I'm hanging by a thread, and the thread is starting to fray and stuff like that. But
I let go of the cliff about 4 hours ago. I'm just dead at the bottom at the moment.
Who is pulling these strings? Is this Newman? Is this Moyes?
You know what?
Is this the owners, mate?
It's got to be everyone. It's got to be everyone together. You know, because at the end of the day, if Moyes wanted him, and Moyes said pay 15 million, unfortunately, the owners they've made it abundantly clear the money is there, right? This is what I said in the group chat earlier when I was talking to Seth. So I was like, you can't blame Marseille for saying no, we don't want a loan. The thing is, we haven't even said a loan with an obligation to buy it.
Yeah.
We want an option because we don't know if he's good enough. But you'll offer 60 million for a guy in Portugal.
Yeah.
Like it's there has to be blame. Moyes has obviously said, I don't know if he's good enough, but I want him. I need to try him out.
Yeah.
You're not buying a new car. You don't get to drive around the block first to see what it feels like. It's at the same time, you know, equally Gold Sullivan have shared a blame because if they were that bothered, they could have just said, no, we're going to buy him. You know, they've done it before. Big Sam's openly said, you know, I think, was it Diafra Sacco that he just come back for pre-season training and on the first day Sacco was just sitting in the car park?
Yeah.
Who are you? I'm used at the forward. They've done it before. Yes, Moyes has got more control, but you can't sit there and scout a guy for 6 to 12 months of him playing regular first team football and say, I don't know if you're good enough. You're good enough or you're not. Like, so buy him or don't. Move on.
Stell's in the house. He's eating his peanut butter and toast. Stell, I mean, 2 hours and 50 minutes to go. Of course, we are all led to believe that we're not going to be bringing a signing in. There's a glimmer of hope somewhere, but God knows where that glimmer of hope is coming from. I mean, what's going on, Stell? You're muted.
Oh, he's muted himself.
I am. Well, you tell me. I don't know. David Moyes said he wanted full control over transfers. David Moyes said he wanted a scouting network. He got both. And we're going to have Sean on a little later on to explain what's happened. But my understanding is this is on Moyes. Coletta Carr is on Moyes. But I don't know the full details. So when we have other guests on, I'm sure they'll fill us in. But Moyes wanted control. Moyes has got control. You know, he's been renowned at both Man United and Everton to be a ditherer, and his dithering has probably cost us a centre back.
I mean, it must go further than. I don't know. I don't know, Stell. I don't know, Matt. I don't know everyone in the chat. I really don't know where I'm at, to be honest. I mean, I'm still not going to implode as a West Ham fan. I understand there's going to be this big, massive meltdown. It's already started. I'm not going to go there. I'm going to go back to the summer, and we had these conversations, and we said, when is the deadline of when we bring players in? Would we be found acceptable? And each time we spoke and done a show, week in and week out, I kept delaying my deadline. However, you find ourselves in the position we're in, 5th in the league, overperforming, doing well in Europa League, trying to push on in domestic cups. And we do now at this point need strength and depth. And everyone knows we need strength and depth. And Moyes is even saying we need strength and depth. So why are we not going out there and getting some of these deals done? Unless they are completely smoke and mirroring every single person out there.
Do you know, I'm hoping beyond hope that it's all smoke and mirrors. I'm hoping that at 10:58 and 30 seconds, we'll get an announcement saying news just coming in. And by the time that article's written by 11 o'clock, we would have brought in a player. But I don't think we will. You know, Moyes has kind of tried to condition us since day one of the transfer window to say, I'm working as hard as I can, but I may not bring anyone in. He's been saying that for 31 days. If we don't get anyone in, we're just going to have to accept it and go with who we got.
Yep, absolutely. I'm going to bring on our first guest. It's Mr. Revelator Alf. Alf, how you doing, my friend? Long time no see. You're on mute.
We're all at it tonight. Hello.
Yep, all at it tonight, mate. Yeah, good, mate. You? I mean, with not long to go, mate, in the transfer window, you can't help but feel disappointed. Well, he's on the claret. No wonder he's drowning his sorrows. Are you gonna? I mean, is that sense of panic going to kick in? Are you Are you worried for the rest of the season if we don't bring another player in?
Do you know when I was really worried? Within 3 days of the transfer window. That's when I was worried. I was seriously thinking, well, hold on a minute. We really need to bring somebody in here, and we haven't done it. And we've gone through the whole window. We just haven't looked like, making any serious play for any player. Yeah, I mean, there's been rumours and speculations and silly offers made left, right, and centre. But I was convinced that we were going to get Lingard, but I was convinced we were going to get Lingard within the first week, not right at the end of, waiting to the end of the window to see if anything's going to happen there or with any other player. So, again, I'm really disappointed with it, I've got to say.
Let's talk about the Lingard scenario then. No doubts every single West Ham fan knew that we were interested. No matter what report you heard, we all knew we were interested. So it wasn't a surprise when we heard today that we were going to keep going back in for him as much as we possibly could.
Yeah.
That glimmer of hope came.
Yeah.
It did come. Of course it did. And at that point, we thought there's a deal to be done. But Manchester United, I mean, I'll come to you, Stel. I mean, how ridiculous is that?
It shows how far Man United have dropped in terms of being a so-called big club. The fact that they're afraid of their top 4 position from little old West Ham United just by selling us or giving us a player. What happened was, of course, we sort of shot ourselves in the foot because this time last year, Jesse Lingard came to us and almost got us Champions League football. And and I thought at that point that Man United were going to go, damn, we missed a trick here. If we'd kept Jesse for 6 months, we might have made Champions League. And when Moyes asked Solskjaer in the summer, we'd like to talk to Jesse and bring him in, apparently Solskjaer said, I've got plans for him. Little did we know that the plans were that the poor fella was going to be benched for 6 months. And I'm shocked. I'm really surprised. And you can go and buy all your Ronaldos and all the other players that you want. You know what Lingard offers and what he can deliver. And I'm actually really surprised that they screwed him over by not playing him. Then Ranić screwed him over by playing him 5 minutes in the FA Cup. So he's cup tied for that. And now Ranić has said, you can go, but the board have stopping him from going anywhere. What a shit show. Quite unbelievable, really. But that's not for us to worry about. As you said, Alf, I thought Lingard will come in. And the minute we knew in the first week or so that Lingard is going to be difficult, we should have, we've got scouting system now. We should have been knocking on the door of other clubs going, we're interested in X, we're interested in Y. And for all we know, that's what could have happened. And we may have got knockbacks. But I don't know, lads. I'm like...
Well, I think it's probably a combination of everything, really. It's January transfer window, clubs asking silly money, and what our side are willing to pay. Let's leave Moyes out of the equation right now. At the end of the day, if the deal's to be done, he's not the one with the checkbook. It's the owners who are the one with it, or the club. My question to you guys and to anybody listening or watching is I was under the impression, and maybe it's a false impression, and the games that I've been going to this season and stuff, I thought, well, we lack a player, we lack depth, we've got the new investor now, or the new part owner of the club. I was under the impression, come January, we would have a bit of a war chest available to us.
If you believe the rumours over the last couple of days, we have had a war chest, but they were laughable rumours. Rafinha, Calvin Phillips, £50 million bids. Darwin Núñez, £50 million bids. I mean, players left, right and centre we were linked to. But at the end of the day, though, I mean, Matt, Rafinha and Calvin Phillips, we spoke about it today, and I don't know if all of you have seen, not that I like to big them up, but Simon Jordan giving a good conversation about the owners of West Ham and how they do phantom offers, etc. Matt, do you want to explain that?
Oh, I mean, a lot of us know it anyway, but Simon Jordan literally sat opposite Jim White and said, "Oh, your mate David Sullivan," and called him out live on air. He said when he was Birmingham City owner, they had Adam Johnson. No, sorry, when he was Crystal Palace owner, they had Adam Johnson. The Golden Sullivan were in at Birmingham, and they put out, leaked to the media, all his mates and the journalists, say, "Oh, Birmingham have £6.5 million bid turned down for Adam Johnson. And Jordan was like, he never asked me, he didn't inquire about it, didn't ask anything. I told him no, he didn't. But he just put the fake news out there to get the fans to say, look, oh, we are trying to buy people, but the bids have been turned down. He was like, he leaks out to media he's had bids rejected, that he's never had interest in putting a bid in for a player at all. For two things: one, to get the fans on side, and two, to try and unsettle the player, to see if the player's interested. But we know that. Like, did we bid for Lingard and Rafinha? Quite possibly. Did he still massively undervalue the players to the point where it's not going to get accepted, but it looks like we've had money to spend? Yes. You know, notice the fact that, we don't know if Coletta Carr's good enough, so we want a £15 million loan with an option to buy it. But a kid that's played in Portugal will give you £60 million for to play up front. Sorry, you're telling me that he's definitely going to work in the Premier League, having only played in Portugal, but the guy playing in France, that's the closest type of league to the Premier League, you don't put £15 million on him because I don't think he's good enough. We need to try him out first.
Yep.
They're just random bids. They're bids he's put in that they've got no interest in actually paying the money for. It's just to go in 3 hours' time when the window shuts and they go, we tried. We tried, but we couldn't get over at the end of the day. Teams didn't want to do business. I said to you before we come on, man. Burnley sold Chris Wood 18 days ago for 25 million. They just brought in a guy in Weghorst from the Bundesliga for 10 million, 9 million. The guy's got a record of one goal every 2 games.
Every 2 games, yeah.
Now, is he as mobile as Antonio? No. He's 6'6". But the way we play, most of the time we're putting crosses in the box. I'm not saying he would have worked. I'm not saying he should be your first choice.
Gives you an
You've
option.
got a frigging scouting department. Don't sit there and tell me that 388 days and 3 transfer windows later, you haven't managed to replace Haller when you've seen Burnley go and buy a centre forward from Germany.
Valid
There's
point,
something wrong. Like, you can't. The thing is, I'm going to give Moyes some of the stick. Newman gets some of the stick, and the owners get some. Like, you can't tell me there's not players out there. We could have had Holosek probably the first day of the window. The guy, Krasinski, owns 40% of the club. If they wanted him, they could have had him in.
This is the thing I don't understand. Moyes has come out on record to say, I won't get players in that can't improve the squad. And yet, I know we're all amateur, managers, because we don't know what Moyes is looking for and et cetera, et cetera. But for goodness sake, when you see a player's record, you just mentioned Weghorst. Now, I think Weghorst is something like 32 years old, isn't he? I think it's quite...
27.
He's 27.
Yep, not even that old. Dutch international. He expected...
I'm really surprised.
I was listening to
well,
Athletic
there was...
today.
Sorry to interrupt you there, Matt, but there's maybe a reason. Apparently, there's maybe a reason as to why that deal may have gone through for the likes of Burnley and no one else maybe went after him, because I don't know if there's an element of attitude issues. That's the rumour kicking about when he was where he was. However, the sentiment is right, even if that's not true. Someone there that's got
but for that much money, you're talking for 10 million or less. It's nothing for a Premier League team. The 10 million is nothing.
It's nothing.
We're talking about Aubameyang, that Arsenal got rid of him for nothing because they're paying him 1.4 million a month in wages. So if you pay 10 million, that's not even like a season's wages for someone, for one player. 10 million is nothing. And still said about Moyes' sentiment, right? Moyes has always said from day one, I won't bring anyone in that won't improve what we've got. I won't bring anyone in for the sake of bringing anyone in, right? If you don't have a backup centre forward, literally anyone you bring in is better than having nothing.
Thing is, we still can't get to grips with the fact that we actually haven't got a centre forward. Just because Antonio wears the number 9 on the back of his shirt, he's not a striker. And you can see sometimes, with the greatest of respect to him, he tries hard. He's a hard worker, but he's not a striker because he doesn't have a striker's instinct. And Moyes, I don't think Moyes will ever buy a striker. People talk about, it's only been 2 windows. It's been longer than that. Moyes, his 5th transfer window since he's been back, and he not only hasn't bought a striker, he's sold one. One that now, I think we said this a few weeks ago, if we never had Haller at the club, and we were going out looking for strikers and say, who would we like to have?
You would be
We'd
looking
be
at someone
looking
like
at
him.
this Ajax player and going, he's pretty good,
banging
isn't
goals.
he? He's banging in the goals. But because we've been tarnished by him, and because he's not the Moyes style of player, you know, what does David Moyes want in a player? You know, he's got a set mind. This is what I want. This is how I want a player to play, and he will not budge. And you know, as great as we've done, and I don't want it to be a doom and gloom, because I'm sure we will still have a reasonably okay season. We won't make Champions League, but probably we'll still get into Europe again, maybe by the skin of our teeth. But this was an opportunity to take it one step forward. And,
Let's bring on. There's a couple of comments here I want to address, but we've got Richard in the background. Let's bring Richard on. It's only fair. You've been sitting for a while. Rich, how you doing, my man? You well?
Hey, Rich, how are you?
Hey, lads.
Hey, Rich.
All good, thanks.
Right.
Can you hear me all loud and clear?
Yeah, we can, mate. We can. How you feeling about everything then? Go for it.
Oh, mate, very, very disappointed. I think we missed a trick in this window. We were maybe 2 to 3 quality signings away from cementing ourselves as a top 6 club for a couple of seasons to come. And I think now you have to think that the likes of Rice and Bowen would be looking at the lack of ambition. And I wouldn't be surprised if they were to go very, very soon. So it's very upsetting as a West Ham fan, because you see clubs of a lower stature than us making moves in the market, and the fact that we've left it so late just shows we don't have the ambition.
I mean, you've seen all the players we've been linked to for the last month. Well, in actual fact, as much still, I know you do the roundups on the weekly and stuff like that, and I mean, I don't know, upwards of probably 100 odd players. However, you do always say and put the disclaimer out there that they're links and you pull the news from elsewhere, etc. But over the last days, the links have just kind of gone like through the roof, like jumped on a
Couldn't
rock.
keep up.
You
know,
and
if I hadn't stopped, I would have still be writing the script for last night's show, you know, because it was just getting silly. And whilst I was on, people were saying, oh, what about so-and-so? And I'm like, who? Who's that? You know, and other people coming up with names that I hadn't even heard of. It's madness. And this is the problem. This is the problem at West Ham. I'm sure other clubs get it as well, but we're linked to about 300 players, and everyone's like, why haven't we signed you? The realism is we're probably, you know, there's only about, of those 200 players, we're probably only really interested in 3, you know, and probably 2 of those are not even in the 300 list. Do you know what I mean? That's how mad it's gotten. We don't really know it, and we kind of started to accept that Moyes keeps things under wraps, and you know, he'll pull a genie out of pull a rabbit out of a hat at the last moment. And you know what? It might still happen, but all the rumours are, you know, that we're getting nobody.
they can't be, and I, you know, we hear the rumours, and I can't think of David Moyes sitting in his house right now. If they're not coming in, if there's no players coming in, it means that Moyes and his team are not working behind the scenes. They've all gone home. They're having their cup of tea, having their toast and peanut butter, chilling out, watching YouTube channels, panic and
Like
seeing
this
social
one,
media.
laughing at us.
But the thing is, they're probably, you know, are still sitting there just trying to see what can come out. The amount of times we've done this, I mean, I think, you know, I can't remember the last exciting transfer window really we had. Was that? I'm trying to remember off the top of our heads what transfer window.
Well, probably it was when Pellegrini. We all got excited about
all the signings that came in,
Fornals and those that summer of madness when we started signing players. You know, that's when we all sort of got excited the last summer, I think. Well, certainly for me. You know,
and someone's made the point in the chat. I'm trying to find it there. Was it here it is here, English Yardy. I'm lost for words. Lampard just hired by Everton, just brought in Van der Beek and supposedly Dele Alli on his way. Every other team around us have added players. Unacceptable. Alf and Richard, that put that question to you, and then I've got a good question for yourself, Stel and Matt after. But Rich, what do you think on this comment here about Lampard bringing in, being brought in and then straight away £40 million in Dele Alli and getting Van der Beek on loan?
I think it's a great move for Everton. Lampard through the door, he'll be hungry for success, and you just have to look at the names they've brought in. Yeah, okay, Donny hasn't played at Man United, and Dele Alli's been horribly out of form at Spurs and has barely played, but those are 2 players that under the right stewardship can really flourish. And that just shows the ambition that even lowly Everton, who've struggled the last couple of seasons, have shown. Whether they'll do well is a question that they'll have to answer. But yeah, it just shows it's very disappointing. They've managed to get 2 deals over the line very, very quickly, and we've done absolutely nothing in a month. Sad.
Yeah. Alf?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say sometimes. Lampard's just gone in, and then all of a sudden we attribute these 2 signings to him. But maybe this has been going on for a while, bubbling away, and all that he had to do was just rubber stamp it. When he got interviewed and said, "Look, or they said to him, Shiri said to him, look, we're thinking about bringing in Van der Beek and Dele Alli. What do you think?" He says, "Yeah, if you get those 2 players in, I'm yours." It could be something like that. So, but away from Everton, let's look at the likes of Brentford, who've just signed Ericsson. After his cardiac issues, the likes of who's the other player that they've somebody else has just signed right now, and they are top quality players. But should we be looking at these top quality players that other clubs are signing? But they might not fit us. They might not be what we need right now. And I suppose I come back to what you guys were saying. It's just well. Is it a bad thing? I know it's a bad thing because I think it's a bad thing, but I'm asking you, is it a totally bad thing that we're not signing anybody right now? Because let's face it, we've been 4th in the league, we're 5th in the league, we're doing well in Europe. This is not a bad season. I was speaking to the fella next to me at the last game, and we were kind of both having a bit of a moan at the game, as you always do. But at the same time, we turn around to each other and say, yeah, it's not that bad, really, is it? Let's face it, we're doing all right.
I think the answer to that, Alf, is where we end up at the end of the season.
Yeah, true. True.
I think the answer to that, I think you're absolutely right. I mean, I was trying to work it out today when the Lingard news broke that he'd been given permission to speak to other clubs and stuff. And I kind of said the same thing. What will happen if we don't get Lingard, if we don't get another another attacking player in? And we actually have got 6 players on, in first team squad that can potentially do a job. Rotated round. Bowen, Lanzini, Fornals, etc., Benrahma, and so on. And ironically, we've been told that David Moyes, under David Moyes' management in second time round, he is the highest in his team. We are the highest scoring per game since Billy Bonds managed the team. So we're scoring more goals on average under him without a striker. So something is working, but I think we're kind of hung up on, and Richie, you're right, about what's going to happen if Antonio comes back from Jamaica carrying a hamstring injury. What's going to happen again if Declan gets injured? What's going to happen again if Zuma goes down injured again with a knee injury? I think that's the problem that I think we're all worried about. Yeah. I think, it's not so much that we're all upset because we don't think the squad can do a job. I think we're upset because of just how thin the squad is. But Moyes has got this attitude of, if you can't get in the first team, you're not going to. And I get that approach, but good grief. Even if, like you guys have just alluded to, even if we get someone that may not be perfect, but near as bloody damn it, just in case we get injuries, isn't that better than not having? I'm now expecting David Moyes to be utilising some of the young under 23s who are showing some talent. Because if the squad that we've got is not enough, then I'm expecting him to bolster it with maybe 1 or 2 of the under 23s to fill the gap. I don't know.
I can't
help but compare this particular transfer window to 2016 when we just moved from Upton Park, and I remember the last game, and then we had a day out at the Sky Sports had a day out at Upton Park, and Sullivan was there, and he was talking about making big, massive signings for the club, and we didn't get them. And I think we kept seeing the ticker tape going across the bottom. It was like West Ham have made club record bid. We then since found out it was Batshuayi and Lacazette. We didn't get them over the line. We ended up with Zaza on loan, and it didn't work out. But we came off a very good season. The last season at Upton Park, it was great. And that summer window was an opportunity in my eyes. That's where my eyes were at. That was the opportunity there. Now we find ourselves in the same situation. We're sitting 5th in the league, a couple of points away from the Champions League. This window, to me, was equally important as that one for progressing the club. Now, that doesn't mean that we still can't do well, like you said, still, but it means that we have an opportunity to add strength and depth. And going back to the Manchester United game and going back to the substitutes that they made, the strength and depth is what took them over the line. Do you see the comparison to that season, or that window in particular?
Who are you asking?
Anyone, just anyone that wants to answer. Anyone.
No. Go on, Rich.
Definitely see the similarities. Both of them were PR ploys to create media hype. There was never any concrete bids, even like now with the Phillips and Rafinha. I just laugh at that. I mean, those deals were never happening. But on both occasions, it represented a chance for us to show some ambition and try consolidate ourselves, as a European chasing club season on season. And the first time when we moved to London Stadium, I think we all got sold a bit. There were a lot of so-called big names coming in. I mean, I was even excited when Arbeloa joined the club, and look how that ended up working out. So yeah, I do see the similarities, and I'm equally disappointed this time around, probably more than that window, because to have got no one in, when we're going to have to rely on the likes of Yarmolenko and Masuaku coming off the bench, that's just not acceptable for a club that should be chasing Champions League.
Well, before we move on and get an opinion, we've got someone else in the green room. So I'd like to everyone, please. He's been on before. It's Tom Clark from Football London. Thank you very much, Tom, for joining us. How you doing?
Yeah, good. Thank you. No problem at all.
Not such an exciting day so far for you, then, Tom.
Yeah, to say the least. It's been very quiet, and found out a fair few hours ago, that it was looking like nothing was going to happen, and then just needed to verify that. So for a couple of hours there, just ringing around, seeing if you've got to double source it, got to make sure that what we're hearing is legit. And so myself, and then Rashane, and obviously X as well, like that, a number of us all around the same time. We'd obviously heard it from various different people, and all going a couple of hours ago with the line of no more signings. That's not even right. No signings.
Not even in.
So the issue then, Tom, comes from, like we were just saying there earlier on, when you kind of hear that being given the news to you, and particularly in the job you do, at that point, then you think, is Rob Newman, is David Moyes gone home? Have they left? Or never say never. When you look at the mainstream media and you say no more deals, but never say never. Is it never say never? Or, I mean, what happened to Coletta Carr? I'm not saying but I mean, he was apparently close, if you believe the sources in the French media, who are quite reputable sources, to say that he's very close to joining the club. And then bang.
I mean, like you say, you never say never. And for a fair few journalists, and it's been out on Sky Sports now, and the radio as well, for a lot of us to be saying there is nothing going to be happen, that's because we've got good information that nothing's going to happen. But you, like you say, you never say never. It's 8:40 now. You've got a couple of hours, 2.5 hours. If something absolutely miraculous came up, I'm sure West Ham would look at it, and they wouldn't just be like, "Oh no, we've said no, nothing's going to happen, so we're not going to do it." No, but it's 99% chances that there is nothing going to happen, and unless something absolutely outrageous became available. But like you say, the what we're hearing about Coletta Carr is that it was just the two sides couldn't agree. West Ham wanted the loan with an option, and Marseille wanted money up front, and and they couldn't. Neither side was going to compromise on that.
That's an odd one, though, Tom, isn't it? Because he's a proven international. He's not a spring chicken. He's 25 years of age, and David Moyes has talked about bringing in a player that is young, hungry, ready for the next level. Premier League to League One, with the greatest of respect to the French league, is the next level. And I mean, I know he was kind of out of favour earlier in the season. That because they've recently changed managers or something there. Surely Coletta Carr should be a a nailed on, just give the 15 million and let's get it over the line. No,
at that price, it's not exactly, 15 million's not nothing, but it's not a huge transfer fee. So you do think, there is not a huge amount of risk. But then you could also look at, say, Alex Král, who is an international, a little bit younger, a little bit less experienced, but he was playing in the Euros, and that hasn't worked out. And having watched him in the Euros, and then when there were the talks of West Ham going in for him, he was somebody I went and made a point of doing the research on him. Thought and still think that maybe there is a player there, and he may come good, but maybe he maybe something like that is what they would look at. I mean, like, well, the reason they did the option to him is to have a look at a player first. But like you were saying, 15 million is not a huge amount, so it's not risk free. There is no such thing as a risk free move, but and there's, who knows, in the future, he might move somewhere in the summer and then it works out for him and everyone's kicking themselves for missing out on a deal, or it might go the other way and he might go somewhere and then it doesn't work out for him.
Yep.
But David Moyes has consistently said, not just this window, he said it in the summer as well, that he's only going to sign players who he thinks are going to make the squad better. And the fact that it went all the way down to deadline day just kind of suggests that maybe he wasn't entirely sold on him and he didn't think, whether we agree with that or not, it's his judgment that matters. And
of course.
If he doesn't think he's going to come in and make the team instantly better, he thinks maybe there's better options to come in the summer. But
yeah, and that's understandable.
Painfully thin. I mean, I agree, and I'm as surprised as you guys are that something hasn't happened.
Yeah, that's understandable about getting a player that's better, but some, many fans would say, and rightly or wrongly, that if you look at the form of Issa Diop, for example, and then you look at a player like Kaletakar, and fans will just say, surely that's got to be better than what we've currently got. Now, I know that's unfair on the players that we've got, because people talk about, Masuaku and Yarmolenko coming on as subs and then asking the question, surely there's someone out there, even if they are 15 or 20 million, not a lot of money, that surely must be better than what we currently have. And I know in fans' minds, we don't think like the manager, clearly, because we're fans, we sit, that's why we do this and not manage teams. But I mean, it's odd, isn't it? Because David Moyes seems to have a style of player that he wants, and he won't budge. He knows in his head what he wants, and if he doesn't get exactly what he wants, he's not gonna compromise, is he?
Yeah, I would agree. It's odd to go this transfer window without, where the position that I was just listening to you guys before I came on, and the position that as Anton was saying, where West Ham find themselves in, and to not be strengthening and building, it's bizarre. I find it very, very odd. And I think there's going to be the press conference this week will be on Friday ahead of the FA Cup game. And I think maybe there'll be one question about Kidderminster Harriers, and you feel sorry for them because they're going to get completely lost, because every single question is going to be, what on earth is going on? Why are you not strengthening? Why did Kaletakar fall through? Why are you not bringing in another striker? How can you go 3 transfer windows without bringing in a striker? These are the questions that are going to be asked. What answers we get, that's debatable.
Before you came on, you probably heard us talking about Jesse Lingard. The saga took a spin. I mean, I said, though, I mean, sometimes when you talk about particular players, you can put 2 and 2 together and come out with the result. We always knew West Ham were going to be interested in trying to do a deal with him, no matter what point in this window it was going to happen. But, we had that dangling the carrot in front of us earlier on this afternoon when the manager spoke out and said, yeah, you can go. And at that point, then you thought, well, let's go and do the deal. Yeah. But they pulled the plug in the end. And does that really hold a lot? I mean, from your knowledge, Jesse Lingard wanted to come to West Ham, didn't want to go to Newcastle. Is that right? Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the Lingard situation is there's no blame on West Ham there. That's not, they tried, they wanted him. They wanted him in the summer. They never made any secret of that. They were always quite open. Stuart Pearce has spoken a couple of times on TalkSport, once last week and once in the summer, that West Ham wanted him back. And when I heard Stuart Pearce on TalkSport in the summer, it was I can't remember exactly when it was, but we were interviewing David Moyes the next day. It was a press conference, maybe it was a friendly or something. And one of the questions wasn't, because we heard the interview and you're thinking, oh, that's interesting. You don't get a coach, and Stuart Pearce has a big profile as well. He's a name people listen to. He's not just any backroom staff. He's a big name. And so I asked David Moyes, did you know that Stuart went on the radio? And Moyes was quite clear that Stuart Pearce speaks for him and he speaks for the club. And if Pearce says something, then that's the club's stance. So it was very obvious that West Ham wanted him last summer. Lingard didn't want to come last summer. He was given assurances, and obviously they turned out to be false assurances and promises, and Sancho coming in and Ronaldo coming in changed things. But Solskjaer told him he was a part of his plans. And so I don't really blame Lingard in the summer for wanting to give it a go. I mean, personally, if it had been me, but it's all a hypothetical, you would look at it and think, well, moving on would have been the right thing to do. But can't forget that he's got a 21-year connection. It's his boyhood club. If he was given assurances and he thought, I've got 6 months, I'll give it a go. And then if it doesn't work out, then there can be another January move. So you can understand why he stayed. But what's happened now is I think they've treated him really poorly. Actually, I think he had the conversation with the manager, and I think I've done 3 pieces on Lingard today, and each of them have been different, and they've all been coming from speaking to people close to him and to the deal. And then the first one was he's spoken with Ranić, and the manager doesn't have him in his plans, and he's okay for him to go. So that's fine. He's okay to go. Doesn't mean he's okay to go to West Ham, but he's okay to leave. Then the 2 clubs who are interested are West Ham and Newcastle. Of those 2, Lingard has a preference for West Ham, but Man United won't sell to West Ham, won't do a deal with West Ham because they see them as rivals. So my next incredible is, which is it shows the level that West Ham have gone up, but it also shows that Man United have dipped a little bit as well. But then you say, okay, they're not going to deal with West Ham, so surely he's off to Newcastle. And I think it's something we're going to have to get used to is the Toon tax now, isn't it? Anybody who wants to go to Newcastle, any clubs dealing with them, and are going to have to pay for it, and they don't want to pay the extra, and so that's it. And you do feel sorry for him, to be honest. I think if he wasn't going to come to West Ham, then they should. I don't see any reason why they can't have made a deal with Newcastle, but they haven't. And who knows? He might get some more game time at Manchester United because, as we know, there's been some horrible stories coming out of Old Trafford, which we don't need to get into now. But obviously, they're going to be a player light in that respect, and Anthony Martial has left as well, so he may get some more minutes, but as of this morning, he was deemed, unneeded.
Well, that was going to be my next question, actually. Do you think Man United have suddenly put the brakes on because of the Greenwood situation? They are basically light there now. They need Lingard now.
I think it could have played a part, but I mean, they knew the Greenwood situation this morning, so the fact that he was told this morning that he was free to leave, and then by this evening that has changed. But obviously Van der Beek has left, Martial has left. There's the Greenwood situation, which who knows how that's gonna pan out. But I mean they do have less players than they did yesterday or last week, that's for sure. But he's not the long-term future there, and he doesn't really have a long-term future there, it seems. So it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see how many minutes he gets, and what I don't think they have needed to actually give him any assurances because he's got 6 months left on his contract. He's free to go in the summer. I hope he gets some game time. It's sad. The guy's 29. He should be. You look at what he did for West Ham last year. He should be at his absolute peak. He was rightfully in the England squad at the back end of last season. He just missed out on the Euros. Really,
Tom,
unfortunate.
It's probably too late in the day now, but players don't put transfer requests in anymore these days, do they? It's not the done thing. Do you think if Lingard had done that, would that have maybe forced Man United's arm, or they can still turn down a transfer request, can't they?
Yeah, I don't think so. I think he's made it pretty clear that he wanted to leave, and he had a conversation with the manager, and the manager agreed that he could, and then it's been blocked by the board, by further upstairs than the manager. So I don't think he could have done an awful lot more, to be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, listen, we can actually we've got a Roman reporter out there, and we're actually going to go live to Rush Green as we speak. No word of a lie. DJ
Anton, I'm
Rusty
going to
Green.
drop off for a while.
Right,
so
that's fine. No
I'll
worries,
come
mate.
back on later.
No worries. Live from Rush Green.
Live from Rush Green. I've just seen Neymar's car turn up. Mbappe. They're all coming. They're all coming. Don't go to bed. Don't go to bed.
Russ, for anyone that doesn't know, Russ is actually at Rush Green right now.
Yeah, but yeah.
He doesn't let.
There's no Sky's not. No one's here. No one's here.
No, the Sky fella's in the studios in Isleworth.
Yeah.
They can't even be bothered.
Yeah. What are you thinking about it all then, Russ?
Oh, it's just West Ham, isn't it? We know, it's just frustrating. I mean, we've been on you and me and Stell, we've been on the chat all day, and it is frustrating. It's very frustrating, but I mean, it's one of those things where I think, especially with the Lingard situation, we had a bit of false hope. Not false hope, but there were stories coming out, and then the collector car, there were stories coming out, and it's a bit late in the day for it all to happen, really. But I think there's going to be a lot of, I might stay off Twitter for a couple of days, to be honest. I've gone across the road just in case they shut the gates. Just so they think I'm getting a bus. No, it's just been frustrating. Come on, you irons. I think it's been frustrating, the whole transfer saga, the whole month. And I was hoping for one. I was hopeful for one. I thought we needed that centre back. I thought DCC was coming in, but no, looking less likely now, unfortunately.
Yeah, absolutely. Tom, we've obviously got Tom on from Football London. I don't know if you can see the screen there, Russ. Other stories where if collector car was coming in, Diop potentially was going out the door to Newcastle. Do you think there was any kind of movement in that? Was that an option if he had gone?
Yeah, I think there would be, because then also there was the rumour about Jonathan Egan from Sheffield United was a bit random coming out of left field. So yeah, but anyway, all I'm waiting for is the movie Douche. Where's my collector car? Tom, you can have that. You can have that, Tom. You can have that. You can have that.
No, don't.
Tom, I mean,
don't take him up on his offer. No, leave it.
On that news and on that story, I mean, Tom, do you think there was any legs in the fact that if we did bring Kaleta in, Diop could have been on the move? Or do you think Moyes, as we know, likes to kind of keep the squad as tight-knit as possible?
I think there was interest in him, but whether West Ham would have sanctioned it, because it would then be 3 centre-backs again for the rest of the season, and it's the same as it would be. It's the same as it is now. One centre back out. So say Zuma picks up another injury, and then it's on Dawson and Diop every game, week in, week out, midweek. 3 centre backs is tough. I mean, he wanted 4, and it was extremely unfortunate that Ogbonna and Zuma both got injuries at the same time. And I think they would have been. I didn't see it happening, to be honest. When I first heard the reports of it, it's like Newcastle might have had interest, and Diop might have had interest in going as well if he was promised first team football. But I and this is just an opinion, not backed up on anything. The opinion for me was that Moyes likes 4 centre backs, and he wasn't ready to go to the second half of the season with only 3.
I mean, you can't, lads. I mean, for everyone in the chat, I mean, there's so many comments. We haven't had a chance to even jump through them, and we will. I promise you, we will get through them in a second. It's just because we've got guests coming on left, right, and centre. But such a big window. I mentioned it earlier on. It does remind me of the 2016 window. There was an opportunity there. There is an opportunity here. However, the difference is that we are performing well. But when you look at the games like Manchester United, you can't help but think strength and depth is the biggest issue. Still mentioned earlier on, we've got a lot of young players there now. I expected more to be going out the window. I know there's still time for them to be going out the window, but surely that maybe solidifies some more of their opportunities moving forward in the second half of the season. Tom, what do you think of that?
Yeah, I do. There were a couple that I heard last week who were, the players weren't looking for the move, or one possibly was, but the others were, the club were potentially open if the right one came in for them to go. Players like Adji Elise, who, he's been doing well and he's captain of the under-23s, and he's, he hasn't really had a solid run of senior matches, and there was talk of him going out, but nothing has materialized with those for loan moves. And I think, just squad depth. They do add a bit of squad depth, and a lot of the young players have. Okay, we take the Europa League dead rubber game where they all got a start, which was absolutely wonderful to watch, and it was brilliant for them. But a lot of them have actually. Obviously, Ashby's played against Spurs in the Cup, and then there's a lot of them have been on the bench. You've had Oko Flex has been on the bench. He hasn't actually made his debut yet, but he's been on the bench 7-8 times for the first team. Perkins has come off the bench. Elise and Baptiste have both been on the bench. And so I think, they do add a little bit of depth. I mean, I've recently been following the under-23s a bit more closely and trying to, looking to see who might be the ones to step up next. And you do wonder sometimes why players like Masuaku and Yarmolenko are coming on for the final 10 minutes when you've got someone, what would be the risk in giving Oko Flex 10 minutes against Leeds when, when it was 3-2 down chasing that equaliser? I mean, Yarmolenko has played 84 minutes of Premier League football this season. He's got 1 goal, 1 assist in the same Europa League game. And I think that's it for his season. Really, would there be any risk in throwing Oko Flex on, giving him 15 minutes? I don't think so. I don't think you've got anything to lose there.
Over to you, Russ, live from Rush Green before we bring on our next guest. What's your response to what Tom's saying?
Tom speaks a load of sense, and we know that. That's why I like listening to Tom. He makes it. You think it. You don't understand. I just can't fathom where there's been opportunities to play the boys, why they haven't played them. As you said, with Yarmolenko almost playing 90 minutes randomly, he said Oko Flex coming on. What for Leeds, and obviously Bowen could have gone up top and Oko Flex could have gone on the wing. I think, it's interesting. Obviously, Ashby looks like, obviously Hull on loan and various others. And, we could still see a bit of movement after the transfer window. And that was, that gave a bit of false hope today, I think, because you're thinking, he's moving some players around. So, so they're less likely to get more game time. But no. And then I thought, maybe because he's going to Hull, maybe we're going to get Lewis Porter. No. The proverbial optimist me, but it's dead as a doorknob. I think the cleaners just give me the keys if I want to lock up.
We'll come back to you in a second, Russ. Let's bring on our next guest, which is Jake from West Ham Unofficial. Jake, how you doing? How you feeling about the whole window, mate?
Yeah, not bad. Firstly, Russ, make sure you turn off the heating before you leave. Don't want Sullivan on your case about just unneeded heating bills. We got that sorted. Brilliant. Yeah. If you don't laugh, you cry, won't you? It's just West Ham, innit? Like Russ said a minute ago. It's just West Ham, and I can't see anything happening now. And I got up this morning really excited. If we can get one in by lunchtime and then we can push on. And I get home from school 4 o'clock and nothing's happened. It's just been a normal day, and I'm like,
Tom, another player I want to bring to your attention is a player that most fans, when they look at how he has played for his club, is Origi for Liverpool, who is available for apparently a cut price deal of about roughly 9-10 million quid. Liverpool are open to offers. I mean, what is it that we see as fans that Moyes and the team don't see in these players? When you look at, when you look at the amount of players that we've been linked to, and you start to work out, well, I can see how they would fit our system, but obviously our coaching staff don't see it that way. What do you think?
I know a player like Origi, you do wonder sometimes with the player that no, I don't want to be rude. I don't want to be cast any doubts on his temper or anything. But it just from my perspective, you look at it and you wonder, how have you been so happy being on the substitutes bench for so long, but then scored a Champions League winning goal, hasn't he? He's won the Premier League. He doesn't. He's one of those who seems that he doesn't need to be playing 90 minutes every week. So you do wonder about why would somebody else not come in, offer him regular football. And surely he would be happier there getting regular football at it is a step down into the Europa League with West Ham from Liverpool, and but it's not a huge step down at all by any stretch of the imagination. And he is an experienced player. He's scored a ton of goals. He's an international, and what we see and that say David Moyes doesn't, or not just Moyes, other managers at other Premier League clubs, I'm not entirely sure. I think he's a very good footballer and would be a really, really good signing for not just West Ham, but many clubs. And yeah, I find it very odd how long he stayed at Liverpool, where he's never ever going to get a regular start there. And they've now signed other players as well, and they brought in Jota since he's been there, and Minamino has come in since he's been at the club, and then see they brought the boy in today or yesterday, whenever it was, transfer window, it all gets lost. But the boy from Porto has come in, and you think, well, surely he's dropping further and further down the pecking order. Would you not want to get regular football? But I honestly, I don't get it.
Before you go, Tom, because we do know you need to go, and thank you so much for coming on. Give us your percentage of West Ham bringing a signing in the next 2 hours.
Bringing somebody in, 0.5.
So there's a 0.5. There's a 0.5. We'll take that, Tom. We'll take that. Listen, Tom, literally been a pleasure. Thank you very much for coming on. I know you're a busy man, so
no worries, guys. Anytime.
Hopefully your phone's going to be buzzing over the next hour.
Yeah, we'll see about that. Enjoy your evening, lads. Always good.
Thanks for that, Tom. Yeah, cheers. Take care, mate. Bye bye. Really nice to have Tom on. Hold on a minute. Let's go live to Rush Green. Russ, have you seen any other action over at Rush Green? Is anyone coming about in the car?
Yeah, there's some action. The number 175 bus has just arrived on time. Repeat, on time. Thank you.
On time.
On time.
Thank you and good night.
Jakey boy, I'll let you go for it, mate. You've got another 5 minutes before you need to leave, so go for it. What do you want to say, Jake?
It's just you could pull your hair out, couldn't you? It's
Alf did.
It's yeah, I know Alf, I know. It's we can all sit here. Russ can stand at Rush Green with his microphone when Sky Sports can't be bothered to send anybody down there. We can all sit in our houses and we can see it. We're putting pointless bids in for Rafinha and Calvin Phillips, and we won't even pay £15 million for Plimming Kaleta. It's so frustrating, and we put these random bids in for Rafinha and Calvin Phillips, so we know aren't going to get accepted. And the time and the circumstances of that Darwin Núñez offer was just silly. They were never going to accept that. But it's just getting the credit in the bank for Sullivan, so we can then say tomorrow on TalkSport, oh well, we tried, but nothing seemed to come off. It's we've said it for the last 3 transfer windows. It's an opportunity missed if we don't bring anybody in. As Tom said a couple of minutes ago, if we lose another centre back, then we're back to square one with 2 centre backs, where we had the opportunity just to get that bit more cover back in there. We've got 1 left back, we've got 1 makeshift striker. If Antonio pulls up in his last game for Jamaica, we are well and truly done. I mean, I don't know what to think about that, but it's not looking good. And then if Antonio goes down, then we have to chuck Bowen up front. It's just one big mess that we could have not easily, because transfers aren't easy, but relatively easily sorted this window, and we've just fell asleep, and then we woke up with 3 days to go, did some silly things, and ended up with nothing.
Let's go quickly live over to Rush Green. We can see actions with the cars going by. Any more news coming in over there, Russie boy? You're muted.
Plenty of action. A car. There was a traffic light incident, and that's why you saw some cars go past. It is all go here, Anton. Back to the studio.
Love it, Russ.
Oh, I'm so sorry. It's just this. I've put him out. Hold on, I need to bring him back in. No, I need to bring him back. There he is there. Alf, Matt, sorry we haven't come to you for a while. What's your thoughts on everything that's been said then? I mean, Origi, I'll bring this one to your attention then, Alf, Origi.
Well, again, I mean, I noted Sean's comment before. If Moyes didn't fancy him, he didn't fancy him. It's just like, we could mention any player out there, but if Moyes and the club don't fancy them, they don't think they're fit in, or they know something that we don't, that's all we can go by, really. I am surprised that we haven't tried to raid some of the other leagues around Europe, especially like the Bundesliga, to get when we talk about strength and depth, for me, it's not necessarily having the same quality player. It's about just having quality options that you could utilize, just to fill in gaps, to fill in holes. And I think that's what we're lacking a little bit of, or not a little bit of, we're lacking a lot of that. If something happens, and Jake, you were talking about Antonio, I hope he doesn't get injured. I think you've just got to, the way Antonio is built and the way he plays, he will get injured. At some point, he's going to get injured. So who do we look at? We look at the likes of Bowen, to fill up there. But then, I suppose this is a question I would ask all of you, really. Are we just playing, is the club just playing, or is Moyes just playing just to limp us over the line at the end of the season into European football, and then not spend anything now so that we've got a bigger war chest in the summer, because we are going to offload players. We're going to offload players like Yarmolenko. Who else are we going to get rid of? Other players. Maybe Fabianski will go. Maybe, we'll get another keeper in, for that position as well. What about the likes of Ogbonna? Is he going to come back? That kind of thing. So, are we going to lose players? How much money are we going to have to spend in the transfer window? With a new part owner, will he sump up any more cash for the summer as well? Could it be a summer that we could get really excited about? So we just have to, accept that we're not going to spend it now.
But just to add to that, West Ham haven't done themselves a favour at all, because we've got about 7 players out of contract in the summer. Deadwood players as well. You've got those of Yarmolenko, Masuaku, Fredericks, all these players. We've made it very difficult for ourselves, even more difficult for ourselves in the summer, by not bringing in any players in this window, which then puts more of a load and more of an expectation on the summer transfer window, where we're going to lose about 7 players, and I mean the squad's just going to go to silly small, and then there's going to have to be a £200 million overhaul, which we won't happen, and then we won't be able to field a squad. But
unless they give them extensions on their contracts.
Well,
yeah.
Jakey boy, thanks for joining us. Anyone that's interested, go and hit the subscribe button on West Ham Unofficial. It's Jake's channel. Go across there, hit the subscribe button, go and help him out. What are you on the march to now, Jake?
We are on the march to 2,500 and 3,000, and then we carry on going.
On the way up, mate. The only way is up. Good man. Hopefully you'll be celebrating something happening in the next hour and 50 minutes. Touch wood. Take it easy, Jake.
Good to see you,
mate. Yep.
Bye-bye.
Come on, your irons. Bye. Matt, Alf, mate. I've just seen images come through. I'm going to bring up a player here that I think. I'm not saying he was linked to us. His name was thrown into the hat, and it's a player who plays for Juventus that's about to sign a deal with Rangers, and it's Aaron Ramsey.
So this is the player I was stuttering about earlier on, where I couldn't think of the name.
Yeah,
this is Aaron Ramsey. Why haven't we gone in for Aaron Ramsey and say, hold on a minute, Rangers are up there. We could have easily got him. Because
I'm led to believe. Now, I think he's on, I don't know if I'm getting this right here, but I hope I am right, about over 350k a week. Is that right, Matt? Is he not on something ridiculous? Is he not on...
But Juventus are going to still pay most of his
apparently
wages.
They're paying most of the wages to get
him
out.
Juventus are still paying.
His base salary is 110,000 a week after tax.
Right.
Which is about 200k. However, when he signed Juventus, to get his deal down, they gave him Lingard will now probably get in the summer. They gave him a ginormous, like a £20 million sign-on fee, and said, we're going to break that down over your contract. So he's actually on about 350 grand a week.
Yeah.
But 150 that he gets a week is actually sign-on bonus. So he's going to Rangers, but what are they going to be paid? Maybe 50 grand a week?
But this is the point.
They're paying like a quarter of his wages.
Still, I know you're in the background, but still, I know you're in the background. You put that comment up, but the point I was making about Aaron Ramsey was the fact that it's actually costing Rangers not a lot of money at all.
Yeah.
So if you're looking for a little bit of strength, in a position for a deal like that for a player who has got a World Cup coming up. You know, if they qualify, that is.
He's probably still the highest paid player. Like they reckon, even if he went into Rangers on 50 grand a week, he'd be the highest paid player at the club.
Yeah.
However, his injury record in Italy has been awful. Like he's been very Jack Wilshere-esque. Like he's been very like he's one of the players. If you can get him playing, you know, I think last international break when he played for Wales, like he barely trained. He just played the games. Like he didn't like do any training, and that's how they got 80 odd minutes out of him. So I could see Moyes being like, well, it's a gamble because you know he's injury prone. If I want the minutes out of him, I might not be able to do it. But also the issue, and this is what I'm thinking, if Moyes looked at Ramsey, that would have been Moyes conceded defeat that he wouldn't get Lingard. And I don't think Moyes can accept it. I think Moyes has still sat there and gone, my number one attacking target is Lingard. And he's like, you know, like in the summer window, he wouldn't move on for him even on deadline day. And today, you know, even 5 o'clock this afternoon, whatever it was, he was still trying to sign it.
Yeah.
But it shows you where Lingard, it shows you where Ramsey was. That he flew himself, I think, into Gatwick or Heathrow this morning on a private jet and sat on the runway waiting for offers to come in. And he had 3 offers. He had 1 offer to go back to the continent somewhere in Europe. He had Burnley, and he had Rangers.
Yep.
So, in fairness to Rangers, it's not like Rangers have put this massive, attractive offer in and gone, yeah, come to us. Ramsey's done the smart thing in the sense that he's done what Lingard hasn't. He's getting himself he's trying to get the repetition in before the World Cup, before the qualifiers. I think they're in the playoff thing, aren't they, against Scotland?
Yep.
Or they can beat Scotland. If they
they can. If I think if Scotland
they both
are
win
playing
the first round,
Ukraine,
they can beat
yeah, they can meet each other. Yeah.
So he's getting his minutes in for that. But if he doesn't break down again, but also his options were Rangers or Burnley, and maybe a lighter weight load. I'm just going back to what we were saying earlier about like Lingard, and I'm just saying, you know what? I genuinely hope that West Ham remember this when the summer comes around, and Man United come knocking for Declan Rice, and West Ham just go, sorry, we don't sell to top 4 rivals.
Yeah.
Selling someone else. You know what? By my team saying it, even if it was Chelsea or Man United, send them to Chelsea.
Yeah.
Because at least you know Chelsea are going to be that level of top 3 teams every season. Whereas Man United are still 3 or probably 4 years off that level. Mm-hmm. So Man United come knocking and just go, no, we don't sell to 4th place rivals. You're not having him. Because like I said, the way he's done Lingard is not letting him go to us. I begrudgingly can understand. Not letting him go on loan to Newcastle. What have they got to lose if he goes to Newcastle? For 6 months. Forget the West Ham in it. Just as a player, you've got a player that, by the way, you don't deem good enough to be in your 25-man squad. You know, he's played like 90 odd minutes the entire season. He's not good enough for you. You won't sell him for a top 4 rival, but he's not good enough for you. Right? But you won't sell him to a team that are like 3rd or 4th bottom in the league that are fighting a relegation battle.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anyway, guys, listen. Sorry, I'm gonna have to scoot.
No, that's fine. That's fine, Al. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thanks, guys, and well, onwards and upwards.
Yep, absolutely, mate. Take care. Good to see you, Alf.
Take it easy. Cheers.
Come on, Johannes.
Bye.
It has been suggested now along the bottom. I think he's going to come on and give us a little bit of an update from sources close to the club. You are on mute though, so you need to unmute yourself. There you go.
Is it Heinz or HP Source? Your sources?
You still are muted. He still is muted.
He's muted himself.
He hasn't plugged himself in.
He hasn't plugged his head.
There you go, people. This is what we have to deal with every day. Nope, still can't hear you, mate.
Still mute yourself.
Well, still getting. Oh, there he is. He's on.
There we go.
Right, I'm not saying it's breaking because I'm keeping myself up to date with all the latest stories. There is 2 separate stories have only come out in the last 20 minutes to suggest that maybe the Coletta Car and the Origi deals may not be dead in the water. But do not take my word for it, because You know what it's like. I put a post up earlier.
HP source or Heinz, your sources?
Well, I put a post up earlier today. There were two posts that appeared 10 minutes apart from the same website. One said, what was it about? Was it about? I think it was about Collector Cars. It was 8:25 this morning came out and said
positive striker news.
It's not. Yeah. Oh, was it the positive striking news? And then literally 10 minutes later, it ain't happening. From the same website, from the same reporter, you know. And it's like, what do you believe? So I don't know. Tom Clark, it's interesting. You know, I was listening to him in the background. How even he, as a reporter, you know, the way he sees things the way, in a good way, I guess, how fans see it. You know, surprised that we haven't strengthened in this market. Surprised that when we've only got the likes of Masuaku and Yarmolenko to come on, that we didn't invest, etc. So it's interesting that it's not just the fans that are seeing it in this way. It's, you know, people journalists who do this for a living have seen it in a very similar way. But I don't know, this breaking. I'm not saying there's any truth in it. That apparently there might be a little bit of a chance of Kaleta and Origi deals may not be dead in the water. We've got someone who might know better that's about to come on in a minute, who might be able to tell us better than us.
Sources close to the club. Well, I suppose let's just bring him on. Sean, who's signing for the club? I mean, I'll give you some images here.
Nune.
Is he signing for the club?
Nune.
Is he signing for the club?
Yeah, still broke it last night on his show, so it must be true.
Just some of the players we've been linked with over the last couple of days, but
bullshit.
Well, that wasn't.
It wasn't. It ain't coming.
Go back. He stumbled there when you showed him. Come on, Sean. Is that dead in the water?
Yeah, dead. Absolute, 100% dead. Man United will not let him come to us. In fact, they're even worried about him going to Newcastle. They've put such a big, massive bonus fee in that if Newcastle stay up, they've got to pay something like 13 million quid as a bonus for staying in the Premier League. You know, don't get me wrong. Man United, this is chicken feed to them, right? They see us as a competitor this season. They don't want to sell to us. Newcastle, with the influx of money, they see as a future competitor. They're canny that way. They can play the long game. What's a player sitting on their arse for another 6 months if you can make the difference between Champions League or European place for Manchester United this season? That's the way they think. That's the way they strategically think. And that's why they're not allowing Lingard to go to a Premier League club.
Sean, given that we knew this from the summertime, why did David Moyes hold out for him right up until now?
Because he's stubborn. I don't believe, by the way, all this malarkey, a late bid and everything. This is all the entertainment value of Sky Sports and all the other outlets, including yourselves. Otherwise, it's a bit boring of nothing to talk about, you know. As you know, last week I wrote an article saying no one was coming in on Nigel's 6'2", and I said I might be strung out. I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think anyone's coming in. Yesterday on Twitter, I announced Nooney was signing. Announced Nooney. Some people got taken into that still.
Yeah, well, I was looking for him on my bloody.
Well, you're not the only one, by the way. But you know, I got absolutely slated on
live on air. I get your bloody WhatsApp message saying there's noon or no one. As Nigel put me right because he separated the no and the one. Because I was looking at Noon. Who the hell is Noon in a Man United shirt? I was trying to fucking Google him. You know,
well, you're not the only one who tried to Google him. Look, I've just done a blog that will get me even more slated than my thing yesterday. And let's see what happens with the title. The original title is "Be careful what you wish for." Right, and I'm going to just do this early on so we can get all the haters out. You know. The GSB out and the protesters and all the other Twitterati brigade wanted GSB out, right? They wanted someone else to take over and maybe a new investor. They welcomed a new investor, right? They wanted Sullivan to take a minority or go altogether. So he took a minority. He stepped back as majority, which means he didn't have control. It wasn't his train set. They wanted him to step back from transfers. They wanted him to bring in a new head of transfer or head of recruitment. They wanted Moyes to have absolute control. Well, guess what? They got all that. And for the first time since Sullivan and Gold took over, since 2010, we signed no one in the January transfer window, right? You might think this is a party political broadcast for the Gold and Sullivan party, but it's the truth. Moyes will come out. I'll make a guarantee to you now. Moyes will come out in the first post-transfer interview, and he will say, it's all on me. The board made available money to me. I couldn't find the right players. It's difficult to work in a January transfer window. He bid for 6 different players. All of them were rejected. All what players he says would have made a difference. He doesn't want to sign just cover. He doesn't want any players that he believes are worse than the current squad.
But Sean, bidding for 6 players is not bad, all things considered. You know, in all, you know, you put it in perspective, it's not bad.
Yeah.
Not one of them have come off. I mean,
No,
really?
They were ambitious. They were. It ain't happening, Anton. I'm sorry to spoil the last 2 hours. Stay tuned.
All right. Do you know who the 6 were? I know do you know? I know you know.
I know 5 of the 6. Yeah, I don't know.
Go on.
The 6th one.
Are we allowed to know?
Well, they're not rocket science.
Well, Lingard. I mean, Kaleta.
Yes.
Yeah. And then, I mean, you know, these bids for Phillips and Rafinha, are they pie in the sky or were they real bids?
They were real bids, you know.
They were real bids.
As I tell you, right, a bid, you see, it's a bit of a loose term, what is a bid and what's not a bid, right? Is a bid saying, I'll give you £50 million for Calvin Phillips.
A player that's valued at 70.
Is that a bid or not, right? You know, there is no such rule as it must be sent in type as a fax or it must be sent by a lawyer or anything. That doesn't exist, you know. A bid could be a casual bid, you know, like, you know, the former managing director of West Ham, Angus Kinnear, being in director.
Thank you for that. I mentioned that in the show on Sunday.
I saw on an FA Cup game, right? And over, you know, a napkin being passed over the table going, I bid 50 million quid for Calvin Phillips. Now, I don't know what happened because I wasn't there. I saw Angus Kinnear, who I know very well, at the game. He was sitting in the director's box. I was there. What they talked about, I don't know. But it's around the time that we bid for 2 Leeds players. And there's a good relationship between Angus and the rest of West Ham. That's not, again, I don't think it's Sullivan doing the deal. Sullivan said he would step back. To all intents and purposes, I understand he has been. He's been letting Newman and Moyes get on with it. But
so when it comes to putting in the bids and the value of the bids, I mean, usually the way it works is, you know, the manager and the scouts, they identify a target and they go to the board and say, we're interested in X player. Can you do the deal? But who's putting in the bids? You're saying that these bids were put in. Who's putting in the bids, and are these bids good enough to actually attract any real interest? Or, you know, is it Moyes saying, I want Kaleta, but I only want him on loan? Or is it Sullivan receiving a message from Moyes saying, I want Kaleta, then Sullivan going off to ask for
Sullivan
a player?
is off with it, you know, he's got his new relationship. He's happy with his new relationship. Right, he's got other interests now. My understanding is he wanted to hand over, you know, the reins to someone else, in Rob Newman. I do not believe he's going out doing day in, day out, making offers. That's done through intermediaries in the general Stelios, not by chairman. Right, intermediaries, agents, lawyers, maybe even the football secretary, Andy Pincher. That's the way deals are really done, you know, and they can be informal. They could be an email. They could be a telephone conversation.
Okay.
But, you know, my understanding is 3 of these bids were really high ones, confirmed by a senior source, and all 3 of them were rejected, plus Lingard, plus Carr, plus maybe one other that we've not identified. We were interested in the Ream striker who Newcastle have been linked with. I don't know if that deal's gone through. Has it gone through?
Yeah, the young lad.
No.
Don't know. I'm actually really surprised at that because there are.
I think didn't you like fall apart?
Rems have pulled the deal. The player didn't fancy it, and they didn't fancy it. And they were going to sit on it.
Well, maybe I'll talk about that. I know someone involved in that deal, but they were changing the goalposts at really last minute. But at the end of the day, what I was told is Moyes didn't fancy it. Were we ever interested in signing Benteke? Absolutely not. Agent came to us, said, I can get you Benteke for free, right, on loan, because they want to get rid of his wages. And Moyes said, no, I don't want Benteke. That's not the kind of drone I'm looking for. So Moyes will stand up and be counted. He will say, this is on me, not the board. You can throw your toys out in the pram and blame the board, but in Moyes we trust, but he knows he lives and dies by the sword. If he made a decision not to sign anyone, right, he will say, I couldn't find anyone, and we drop out into the second half of the table, then, West Ham fans have a right to be upset. But remember, everybody threw their toys out the pram when we signed Jesse Lingard without a striker. And I had people saying to me, I can't believe there's no way we're going to finish anywhere if we don't sign a striker. We didn't sign a striker, and we ended up top 6. Now, I know this is even a one step further. We've signed no one, and we're going to sign no one, believe me. But let's see. Let's judge him. As I've written in my blog that I've just written, let's judge him at the end of the season and not do this knee-jerk reaction, throwing our toys out the pram and going, I blame the board. I blame Moyes.
But this is the culture of football fans. They want someone to blame.
Well, it's the social media.
It's the social media. Sorry, you're absolutely right. But and I think at the moment, from what you read, every one of those characters that the board, Newman, and it's beginning to creep in Moyes, are all now receiving quite a little bit of negativity, shall we say? And you're absolutely right. Where would we end up at the end of the season? Tom Clark was on earlier. And he said he was surprised.
Good guy, Tom. Good
guy.
Yeah,
lovely bloke. Yeah, and we said it depends on where we end up at the end of this season. If we end up in Europe without any signings, the irony is people are going to go, oh, by the skin of our teeth. That's because the clubs around us have been not performing. Well, we can't have it both ways. It's either the clubs around us are not performing, or Moyes is pulling it out of the hat, isn't he? I've got a fear. I said we finished 5th. I'm a bit worried now, but yeah, you're right. I think we should judge him at the end of the season and not now. There's still 15 games to go. There's still a Europa League.
I'm going to tag out for a while. Bring in.
You should have finished your sentence before you tagged out.
I realised I should have finished my sentence, but I'll be back soon.
Russ, I thought you were on my screen.
I am back. I only live around the corner.
Oh, I tell you what, I had a story. I can't name the person, right? But I had a story going. I heard someone signing. I went, not true. They went, yeah. They're going to Rush Green now, and I went, it's not true. And I could tell you some details, but it would completely give it away who told me this and who the person that was supposed to be travelling to Rush Green. And I went, no, absolute fabrication. And I had that all day. Absolutely. We're back in for Lingard. We're out of this. We're going to do this. Look, you're in the entertainment business, Russ. Deadline day is a construct made by Sky Sports to be an entertainment day. And of course, even the clubs play along. I know a deal last year that I think we signed the day before transfer deadline day, but they did a deal with Sky to make it the 8 o'clock headline, even when we done it the day before. And clubs get caught up in the drama as well. But it's an entertainment business. Once you understand that, don't get emotional about it. It's only entertainment.
All right, let's ask you the question, Sean. With no signings coming in, what's your ambition for the second half of this season?
So we've kept everyone. I mean, Alves I know has left, and a few of the youngsters.
He never played, so it doesn't matter.
But do you know what? I
That
would
was
like
an odd signing, a very odd signing. In
It
the
was
first
an odd
place.
signing.
Yeah.
I would like to see us, work with the squad we've got and prove everyone wrong. So, we've got, all right, so we have got forward options. As Moyes would say, it's not just about having a striker, it's about having goals, right? It doesn't matter where the goals come from. Bowen is immense, right? Let's be grateful no one came in for Bowen. I still think Yarmolenko's got a goal or two in him. Now, a lot of people shout me down and go, but you know what? He wants to put himself in the shop window in his last 6 months, and he wants to take. I always go back to that game against Everton, and he can show he's got a trick or two up his sleeve. And I would like to see Yarmolenko prove himself that he can bring some goals in. Lanzini's the same. Given his opportunity, we know he can score some goals. So goals can come from everywhere. They don't just have to come from Mikel Antonio. We've got, let's be honest, we've got the best defensive midfielder in the world, at least of the Premier League, in Declan Rice. He is immense. He stays fit, and he will be a big part of the second part of the season, along with Souček, who may or may not be going in the summer, but more of that later. And I think, with Zuma coming back, I think that's a big turning point. And with Dawson and Cresswell and Soufal, with Ben Johnson in backup, and two great keepers, we've got a chance to stay top six. And if we're really lucky, all right, so Champions League may be out of our reach. But do you know what? If we were sitting here saying we signed Jesse Lingard, which we all thought was a bit of a donkey, right? When we signed him, let's admit it.
Yeah, totally.
Right? And we're going, there's no way. If someone had told you, but you're going to finish top six, you'd go. And Jesse Lingard's going to score, and what is it? 9 goals and 4 assists.
Exactly. Totally.
You would go, you're balmy. You're absolutely balmy. But he did. And there are still some people in the squad that may come out heroes. So I like to be an optimist and say this is a time for the squad to show who they are. Some of them are on their last legs, like Yarmolenko. I think everyone can shine. We've got enough depth in the remaining players that each individual can shine. And between us, we can finish top 10. We can finish top 8. And we can even maybe replicate it and get a top 6 position again. Champions League, no, but
yeah, we talked about last season where we kind of overachieved, and I think that set fans' expectations higher than perhaps they should be. And look, we're not the finished article, but I think what the concern is, Sean, is look what happened just before the transfer window opened, and I think that should have been a wake-up call to say. We need the quality, strength, in depth. I get what you say about people like Yarmolenko, etc. They could still prove themselves and so on. But when we had Ogbonna and Zuma go out injured, that must have been a massive wake up call to go. We need to get that strength in depth, and I think that's why the fans were expecting. We weren't expecting to sign 3 or 4 players. We were expecting at least 2. One as a cover at centre back, or even as a starter at centre back, and one as an option up front. And I think what's upsetting fans is maybe they're looking at the squad and saying we've got some players that aren't good enough to maintain where we are, because we certainly have. I think I said the other night, I think we've got about Moyes can use about 16, 17 players, give or take, in the squad, in the first team players. But then the quality of some of those players, I think fans are a little bit wary of. Yarmolenko, Masuaku, look at Diop. He's not had the best of times, and I'm a Diop fan. I thought Diop would now find an opportunity to prove himself in the first team. And I think what the fear is if Antonio comes back from Jamaica injured, if Zuma goes out injured again, we're buggered, because we don't have that quality, strength, and depth. People are talking about Vlasic. They reckon he's a £27 million waste of money. I think, Vlasic may come good, but it may not be this season. And I think that's the concern. It's not that we thought we were going to go out and buy half a dozen players. It's just about the quality of those players.
But do you know what? The problem is with West Ham fans, and I include myself, is we've got big club syndrome. We think we're bigger than we are, right?
Yeah.
We are not big enough to have two teams of absolute Premier League players. And what I mean by that is first team, right? Look at Man City, look at them, right? They've got two teams, right? So they've got the depth for that, right?
Mm.
We haven't. So, you know, there's expectation if you come to West Ham, you play. And we can't find a place for people like Lanzini at the moment, who I rate a lot. So they have to sit and wait. And you know, unfortunately, the cup games are few and far between, and so Europa League. You know, we're not playing Champions League. And we're just on that cusp. And I think it's one thing buying the players, but you've got to keep them happy.
Mm.
And if you want to buy the big players you're talking about still, you've got to play them. You've got to rotate them. And that, I don't think we're ready for that.
No, and I'm not. That's not what I'm suggesting, mate. I'm not suggesting we go out and buy, you know, the top players, because I think Moyes wouldn't know how to handle them. To be quite honest with you, I don't think he wants a squad of, you know, 22 first team players, because I think that's why he always talks about I prefer working with a smaller squad. I think he, you know, and we know what Moyes wants to do. He wants to buy cheap, if possible, the young, hungry, etc., and build them up, etc. But I think that's even at that point, like a Joe Worrell from Nottingham Forest, as an example, an up and coming centre back from the Championship. You know, players like that, like Kamara. I know we don't need another central midfielder at the moment, but Marseille's midfielder Kamara, who is a Declan Rice in the making. You know, last 6 months of his contract could have got him for 5 million, or at least get him signed up and bring him in for the summer. There are players out there that are young that might bide their time because the Premier League will be the next step up. He hasn't even done that, you know, and I think that's the concern. I'm not talking about going out and buying the 50, 60 million pound players. You can still go out, and I was a big advocate of saying, look what we've done with the likes of Bowen, 19 million. Look what we've done with the likes of Souček, 19 million. No reason why we can't buy those players. We haven't even done that. You know, to at least bolster the squad with maybe a 15, collect a car, 15 million. What's not to...
Moyes' decision, right? We had an option. We wanted a loan with an option to buy. Moyes' preferred route, right? Now, if he had gone to the board and say, I just want to pay the money up front, he could have done it. For whatever reason, he didn't. And we must respect him for that, right? It's not... You know, big money was made available. If Moyes wanted to do a direct deal with Marseille, he could have done it, but he didn't. I don't know the reason. There must be a reason behind it. Due diligence, Dave always does his due diligence. You may call him Dithering Dave, as I've put in my, but you know, he's more complex than that. You can't just label him with Dithering Dave or due diligence Dave. He's been in this game a long time. Well, he
was trying to sign him in the summer.
Well, there must be a reason.
It's not like he's a new target.
I don't know the answer, Matt. There must be a reason.
This is what the fans' frustration is. It's like, I understand when some players he doesn't sign straight away, it's fine. But like when you're talking about Coletta Carr, it's a guy we was after 6 months ago, and then he said, "No, Zuma's my first choice. I'm on Zuma."
Yeah.
Fine, but you can't come 6 months later and go.
According to reports, he has been a target. Whether he's been a first choice or whether he's got reservations about him, I don't know. But you know, he does prefer to try before you buy. You know, if there's an option, Moyes treats this like his own money. And you may say that's a match made in heaven, and it could be, right? Because you know, great, a manager treats the money like its own. You say only 15 million, but 15 million is still a lot for a club like West Ham that's still losing money. You don't want to throw money away. Sorry?
Premier League is nothing. Anton Ferdinand was on Sky Sports this afternoon and said, if you want to buy a good player in the Premier League, you've got to pay 30 million.
It is getting that way.
For a Premier League team is not a lot of money.
The Premier League,
Well, but 15 million is still a lot of money, right? At the end of the day, we might treat it like
outside of the football world, yes. Inside the Premier League, it should be like.
Well, you say that if you
Championship player from.
Have a look at the average value of transfers over the. 15 million is still a lot. The 30s and the are the big boys pay for. You know, I still think you.
No, sure, no, you're not getting away with that. You're not getting away with that.
Have a look at the transfer market.
Yeah, but
look at the transfers we make.
The big boys will play. The big boys will pay 50, 60, 70, 80 million
course they will.
pounds.
Yeah.
You know, the teams of our level should be comfortable in paying 30, 35 mil for a
I'm
player.
not saying 30.
We
I'm saying
should be
15.
comfortable in doing so.
15 should not be a
But
problem.
15,
To
exactly,
a player
should
like
be a snip.
If it was 30 million,
Why not? He's a
then I'll
Croatian.
be like, yeah, fair
He's an
enough.
international. You know, he plays for Marseille, who played in the Champions League, etc., etc. 15 million is a snip. It's a snip.
If it was
Well,
30 million,
come on,
I'd agree
you
and
know.
understand it, but that's a lot of money.
David Moyes disagrees with you still.
I know he
Which is why we sit here
Clearly.
behind a camera and David
And
Woods
do you know
is
what?
manager of the
No
club.
disrespect, but he knows a little bit more about football than you do.
Oh, look, I have look. You know, Tom was on and he said the same thing as we did. You know, and he's a journo, so you know, even he couldn't understand why we've not gone out and at least got some. We look. Okay,
Are we
what's
the
going to
only club
happen
not
next?
to sign anyone? Has Arsenal signed anyone?
I don't really care about
They have
Arsenal.
actually. They have just signed someone.
Have they?
Oh,
They signed
Yeah,
that
they
back.
literally
They signed the right back.
they've signed a right back today. Yeah, just now.
I
You couldn't
think
pick the
But
worst
it's one of them
club.
ones that he's sent him back on loan until the
Sent them
summer.
back on. Yeah.
I think we've got 15, maybe 16 players that I think we can use. The quality of those players is another matter. Surely now, in order to look, we only really need to fill two gaps, guys. You know, are we all in agreement that another defender,
Yeah.
and another attacking option? Would we
Was
all
what we needed.
generally agree?
Yeah.
Therefore, the only thing that we can do if the squad is not good enough is youngsters. Are the youngsters going to get a chance here, Sean? Like Alese, who is
Oh, he's
under
going out.
23 captain, etc.
Has he not
and-
gone out? He thought he was going to.
There was talk about it, but none of our players have gone out.
Not
What do you
Mokko-
mean
Mokko-
have? Anang has gone out, and
Oh, I know, yeah, but that's old news. And
We're talking
Ang
about
and
stuff that players that
Odubeko,
are involved
etc.,
in
etc.
transfers.
Yeah, Coventry.
Yeah.
But and up front, I mean, there's a young lad that's chomping at the bit that we got from Celtic in the summertime.
yeah.
You know, we've
He
got to
doesn't
make.
think he's quite ready. I mean, apparently, I've just got a ping. Breaking news
Go on.
that there's a Nunes improved offer going in.
Yeah, I've had that down the bottom of the screen for about half an hour.
The only
Don't believe that.
problem is it's bollocks.
Yeah, I don't believe that. Earlier today, there was a chance to get a deal done if the club wanted a deal done, but at this point,
Now
No, it was rejected.
he's a player and a half. He is a very, very good footballer, Nunes. Very good footballer, and he'll fit into the Premier League easy. You know, it wouldn't be very difficult for him to adapt to the Premier League. But yeah, all too little, too late, I guess.
but
Really.
that, like you said, still that is that level above for the transfers. That is us pushing.
That's the envelope, isn't it? Being pushed in terms of
How
'cause-
much do you reckon the bid was?
Well, we were told the other day it was the original bid was 30 million, so I've got to hazard a guess it was 38.
I mean, he had a release clause of 100 million in his contract.
Yes, right. Yeah,
which
that's
means
correct.
nothing.
Yeah,
No,
You're
it
right,
just
it
means I don't
wasn't
want to send them cheap.
It wasn't close anywhere to 100 million. You're right. It was closer to it was closer to 40, as you say.
There you go. There you go. But that's about the going rate for him. You know, I think I had him down for something like 32, 33 million. So maybe
Had a lot of knee problems though, as you know.
Oh, he's had one. He's had one.
Wow.
22 years of age. He had knee
powers that
surgery.
be were a little bit worried, but then
That's
they were
absolute
about
bollocks.
Zuma.
He had knee surgery last summer. He missed 6 games, and then he missed another 1 game after that. And ever since, he's been playing for Benfica and playing for Uruguay, and he's absolutely fit as a fiddle, Sean. Absolutely no problem
There
at all.
were some concerns, Del, is all I'll say.
Just absolute tosh.
I'm
He's
just a
worth the money.
messenger. I'm
He's
just a
worth the money.
messenger.
He is actually a young Antonio. You know,
Is he?
if Moyes wants a clone of Antonio, he couldn't go much further because he's not, you know, he's not the most technically gifted player, but he's solid. And, you know, he runs the channels, he defends from the front, you know, chases lost causes, he's tall, he's good in the air, etc. There's nothing not to like about him. He's a workhorse. And he'd fit in well. We would do well, even if we didn't get him, you know, well, we're not going to get him now. If we went in for him in the summer, we wouldn't do much worse than that. But David Moyes wants to clone our beloved Antonio, doesn't he?
It's strange, isn't it? Because it's like it's almost like, because famously, obviously, when he was talking about En-Nesyri like last summer and whatnot as well, and he's not Antonio striker. He's very different player from Antonio, and it's like, well, then you want an Antonio striker, you don't want an Antonio striker. We just don't know, do we? We just don't.
You don't know. You don't know.
We just don't know where he's going for. I mean, but as you said, something like Nunez was exciting because you could see there was similarities. And various others, obviously there was reports of Bio and stuff like that. A lot of the French guys, Diang as well. And you could see there was sort of some sort of similarities, but then then something else. Luckily, obviously Keith Moore went to Bournemouth, so that was that's what I was really happy about. Keith Moore and Andy Carroll being signed up, especially Andy Carroll.
Phillips, Nathaniel, he went to Bournemouth, didn't he? Today is it Bournemouth?
I think Bournemouth got someone else as well. I think I've got another player.
Yeah, well, they're pushing for promotion,
and they
aren't
signed,
they? So,
Campbell.
That's it, Tom Campbell.
They signed Tom Campbell. Well, they're going for it.
Yeah.
They're going for it. Yeah.
Although my heart did skip a beat when he goes, Andy Carroll signed for West Brom.
When that comes to the bottom of the Sky ticker, you're like,
the Sky Sports ticker. It's like,
is Defoe signing for
Sunderland, isn't it?
Sunderland.
Looks like Sunderland.
Yeah. But haven't got a manager.
No, but he didn't play them before, didn't he?
Unless he's going to go
play a
as
manager.
As a
play
manager. Yeah.
Why not?
Why not? Cold. Oh, bless. It's I mean, it's just we've got an hour and 15 minutes. And,
Should we make up some stuff?
Well, let's. Well, I don't know. What do you want to make up, Sean? You're the best at doing that. What do you do?
Kazawa. We're going to make a late pitch for Kazawa.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I promise you.
I'm going to put eyes, right? So, when I wrote this article for Nigel last week, saying no one would come, I'm going out on a limb. I'm gonna post that on Twitter with 2 eyes, right? Just to show. I thought Nigel was coming on tonight.
I'm sending in the link again.
He's
now.
too busy on the other. He's too busy on.
Well, he got
15
invites apparently for tonight. I think that was an exaggeration. He is a media whore, though. So
I think, but I think 3 of them are from Nick, Gary, and John. So
are they?
3 each.
I did offer to go on their channel as well, but they don't like me, so I didn't get an invite. Who does? In my semi-retirement days, anyway. That was
so. Okay, given that this transfer window is a completely done.
It's a dead parrot. It ceased to be. It moved. No, it didn't. Come on, we could do the parrot sketch. Are you ready for the parrot sketch?
We've got a massive rebuild in the summertime.
Yep.
When we have a number of players out of contract, number of players who are going to be in their sort of like Creswell, he'll be 33, something like that, and so on. So I kind of roughly worked out we're going to need roughly about 6 players to stand still in the summer transfer window. The question, Sean, is if David Moyes can't get 2 over the line for January, how realistic is it going to be that he's going to rebuild the squad in the summer? Can you see the knives turning on Moyes?
I can actually, and it's a shame because I think he's got so much plaudits, etc. I don't know what the answer is. He's always been cautious spending money, but he's got to let other people do the job. I understand he's so obsessed with due diligence. He likes to scout a player himself where possible. He'll watch hours of videos. That's what you've got a video analysis team for. That's what you've got a team of scouts for. I just hope he lets Rob Newman do his job. And
will he though? Otherwise, what's the point of the scouting system?
Yeah,
you're right. He can't. He's a perfectionist and likes to do all of it himself. And the buck stops with him as manager. But I am nervous that this party ends, and you're only as good as your last season results. And if we start losing a lot of games, I can see the fans and even the ball turning on him. You
Well,
know,
I mean,
Go on.
also, I mean, look, that's the. I mean, that we've only, as I said, that was our first time we finished inside the top 6 since the beginning of the millennium, really.
Yeah.
And obviously, we haven't. Potentially, if we finish 6th this season, that'd be the first time ever in our history we've done it in the top division in
Yeah.
consecutive seasons. And as you said, it's almost like because it's almost like we have overachieved, and people have got a taste for it now, haven't they? So they want us to. And that's what has been frustrating me.
But you've got to look why we had really good players in these areas where we finished top 6, and I would still say while we've got Declan Rice, we have got one of the best players in the Premier League.
True.
Yeah,
And it
but
makes
I
a
guess the other
difference.
question is, Sean, is if Moyes is taking too long to sign players.
Oh, he'd be off.
Yeah.
And do you know what? Fair play.
Yeah.
There are other things going on in Dec's lives, which we're not going to talk about today, but I think he would be off. And my guess would be.
Well,
he's going to
that's
City.
not fair. You've given us a snippet, and now you're telling us you don't want to talk about it.
No, I don't. City is my guess in the summer. I think he'll move to City
This summer.
Yeah.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah.
So they're the ones that will make the bid. I think that's who he'll go to.
I think eventually.
Well, I think that's who will make the most serious offer.
His heart's with Chelsea, but Chelsea haven't got the money and won't make the bid. There's a little bit of pride there, which is a shame because he's a Surrey boy down the road from me, and I'd love to go back to Chelsea and be with his mate Mason Mount, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Well, it's just easier to bring Mason Mount to West Ham, isn't it? He's not happy at Chelsea, apparently.
Well, or take both of them to City.
Or take both of them to City. There you go. There you go. All right, Sean. Any glimmer of hope at all in the last 70 minutes that we've got of this transfer window?
Absolutely 100% zero.
Let
me tell you, the media team's gone home.
The media team has gone home.
Yeah, the media team. Well, they haven't got head of media. Well, there's no one to do the videos. I mean, how can you do a deal? They've closed the club shop, the one that puts the letters on the shirts. How are you going to sign someone without that? I mean, come on, Rush. You must know this. You're a current West Ham employee.
Well, I mean, as I said, at Rush Green, the cleaner gave me the keys and said, "Do I want to look up?" Because there was no one there at Rush Green at 9 o'clock today. Yeah, it's because you can't have a signing without a duncan.
I did have one last ask at 6 o'clock, and I got a 2-word answer. Sadly, no.
Oh, I thought the first word was F. Sorry.
No, sadly, no.
You didn't get a go to bed.
But you can go to bed tonight. I know that technically deals can be done up to 1 o'clock in the morning, which has always been a but you've got
if you get like a special bit of paper filled out or a special form filled out for 11 o'clock.
It used to be you had to be a fax. A fax used to come into the Premier League, but I understand they have upgraded to emails.
Oh, well done.
I know, well done, Premier League.
No chance of David De Gea getting left on the tarmac again.
No. Peter Odin Wingy. That's what I was hoping at Rush Green he'd turn up.
I do miss.
That was nearly Aubameyang today, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, that is permanent now.
I haven't watched any TV today, but I do miss Harry Redknapp with his, talking through the car park window, and reports of helicopters landing. Things that's on his way and everything.
Or Phil Jones having a Greg's at Surbiton Station or Surbiton Service or something like that. I used to love all that.
I didn't see any of Sky Sports today. But like you said, Russ, they didn't even put anyone out and about.
No.
Did they not?
They had everyone sitting inside their frigging Sky Sports, just inside their big HQ in Sky, just dotted randomly around the building somewhere.
Yeah. Crazy.
How close are you to Rush Green then?
They knew nothing was happening.
Well, I mean, for about a 10-minute Church to Rush Green, not that far.
Get down there. I hear there's someone on their way now.
Yeah, it's
Google's on his way.
The 147 bus.
175. So on you, it's 175.
I wasn't really listening earlier. I was trying to
do a podcast.
I did say we'd get my son on because he knows a bit more about football. So if you're watching Finley, hello, you were supposed to be on with me because you talk more sense than I do. He knows a bit more about football.
Get him on, and we'll, we'll invite him onto a future show. Why not?
Yeah. He probably won't come on at the moment because he's probably going to school tomorrow. I should be in bed at the moment, but.
All right, Sean. Much appreciated, mate.
Cheers.
No worries. Have you got Nigel? Is he coming in?
I've messaged him, so I'm
He
waiting for him
doesn't
to
look
reply.
like it. He looks like he's quite settled in there, actually.
He's
Just looking
blackballed
at
you.
Yeah.
All right.
Remember
I
that.
don't write for them anymore, but I have written a blog which I endorse. Clarence Hugh,
Oh, is that breaking now? Are we allowed to announce that officially?
What?
That Sean, that you've left.
Well, I'm taking a break. I'm on a break, right?
You're not on a break. You've left. So Sean Whetstone is no longer part of the Clarence Hugh circus.
I do guest writing for them. I'm a freelancer, and
You're a
therefore
freelancer.
I do a little bit for Nigel and a little bit for Ian Dale, and I come on here. I'm a freelancer. I'm a free spirit, right?
Yeah.
So
And all the better for it as well.
But today I have written a blog, and the title is, I didn't the sub-editor pick the title. In Moyes we trust until he crashes and burns.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Pretty up to the West Ham fan base, to be honest. Yeah.
Yeah.
All
Can't
right.
see anything go along there. Gletakar, Origi, no way. Dead in the water. Come on, you irons.
Got to take those.
In
on.
Moyes we trust.
Cheers, Sean.
Cheers,
Thanks
Sean.
very much,
Thanks.
mate. Speak to you soon.
Bye.
Oh dear. Well, that's.
So, I mean, where do we go from here? Where do we feel the time from here? Because it's like we're not signing anyone. We're not we're
like
just
said,
like
even if they turn around tomorrow and they announce like 3 deals for players that who's out of contract at the end of the season, who can we start signing now?
We can't really.
We can't. Anyone that's not in England, like you said,
Not
Kamara.
in England, yeah. So I mean,
Like you said, Kamara at Marseille. He's one they could announce the deal tomorrow and go, sorry, we couldn't get it done, but he's coming in the summer.
I mean,
that's a big difference though, because there are players. I mentioned earlier about if Sean has said that perhaps Declan Rice is going to go this summer, I don't think it will happen. I know he'll only have a couple of years left on his contract.
I only believe,
but,
when I put 2 and 2 together, when that projected bid come out for Calvin Phillips. Because why would we bid for someone that essentially plays the same position? Unless he's not going to be there.
Well, unless it might.
Because he's not one you can rotate. He's not.
It might not be dead.
I thought the same thing. My immediate thought was Calvin Phillips for Declan.
Yeah.
But then I thought, hang on a minute. I tried to look at it on the positive side and thinking, if we want to keep Declan Rice and show that the club's got ambition, Calvin Phillips is the type of player, and Rafinha and other players like that you want to go for. So I was trying to.
That was unfortunately for me. That was this window.
Right.
That was what that's the disappointment I had this afternoon, when it was like 3 or 4 o'clock and they were like, we're not signing anyone, and I was like, and that is where most of the sort of meltdown on Twitter is going. It's not that we haven't signed anyone. It's that if you're trying to get Bowen, who's been linked left, right, and centre with Liverpool, and you're trying to get Declan Rice to stay beyond the summer, why would they? What's your ambition?
Yeah.
Yeah, and also, but also, I mean, it's on a.
What is your ambition? What's their ambition to stay? What is? When I go with my dad, when we go to football, my dad's mate's been quite a few times this season. He doesn't have a season ticket, but he's bought quite a few tickets, and he means well, but he's a bit. But he always says to me, "Oh, Declan Rice is definitely staying in the summer," and I'll say to him, "Why?" He comes to the Leeds game, and after the game, we were full time. I said to him, "Is Declan Rice going to stay for that?" We had, and I didn't want to say Sean was on. Sean was saying, Moyes won't just sign people for the sake of it. When you're only 2 attacking subs losing a game, and Yarmolenko and Masuaku, you cannot sit there and tell me there's not two players out there at 15 million apiece that could do a better job than the two of them.
Can do exactly. NWO, you know, I agree with you about the Phillips. Possibly, you know, at the moment we don't need Phillips, but Rafinha, I get. You know, Rafinha is an attacking midfielder who would have given us a different attacking option. So I think I understand that one.
Play Bowen up front. That's what I would have looked at that as.
Exactly. And then Mandy, he will go because he will have 2 years left on his contract. You can sell a player with a year left on his contract and still get a decent price for it. And he's got an extra year option
For an extra year anyway.
I don't think a player like Declan Rice, if we keep him, you know, down to the last year of his contract, we're going to lose money on a deal. Someone's still going to come in and pay top dollar for him. You know, so
that's the thing for me this afternoon was just Masuaku and Yarmolenko. Like that, you're losing a game 3-2 when your only two experienced subs to bring on is them two.
Yeah.
Now, yes, we got Ben Rama back, but great, that's one of them. And like, yes, we might have all moaned about Lingard last year when he come in, we're all weren't sure about him. The guy come in and scored 9 goals in like 14 games.
Yeah, but I just don't think
we never saw that, did we? He just said when he
didn't see that
signed.
coming, but that is what kept us up because don't forget, Antonio was out for about a month, 6 weeks. You know, we signed Lingard, and then literally the day we signed Lingard, pretty much Antonio got injured, and Lingard went straight into the starting lineup to play the fourth number 9.
Trouble is now, mate, we haven't even got that. We haven't even got that. So you know,
who's saying, "Oh, we don't need to sign anyone"? Look at the goals we're scoring.
But let's look at. I said this earlier in the show.
Who's going to fill that position? Who's going to step up?
Let's look at
who's going to step up and score 9 goals?
Hang on. Let's look at that, and let's look at the players that we've got. Vlasic. Okay, don't tell me what you think of them at this moment in time, but I'm telling you what options we have. We've got Vlasic. Okay, Vlasic, Lanzini, Benrahma, Bowen, Antonio, and Fornals. 6 players there that can play attacking midfield. Now, they've all been sharing the goals this season, apart from Vlasic. Who's to say that, you know, one of them may not step up and get Benrahma? You know, he's back from AFCON, etc. You know, he could get us. I mean,
I don't think for me as well. He was in form, right? He'd finally found his form again. He went to the African Nations. I think he started the last group game after they were basically already knocked out. Like, and now he's going to come back out of form again. But
we don't look. I'm trying to put the positive on this, you know, because we've got 6 options in attacking midfield, and we got Bowen that can sort of play in place of Antonio up front, etc. And we do. Sorry.
So you said the 6, right? So I'm saying there's 3 starters.
3 starters. 4 starters and 3 midfield and a centre forward. So that means you got 2 options from the bench. Now,
but say you get 2 injuries.
I know, but then you know you could get 3 injuries if we got 1 in. Do you know what I mean? It's like, you know, and we've got the options up front. I think for me, and it's not, and also said it before, we've actually scored more goals under Moyes per game. Average number of goals per game under Moyes than we have under any other manager since Billy Bonds, which was an absolute shock to me. So I think we can sort of more or less say that despite our disappointment, and I totally get it. Look, I'm not one that says we shouldn't have got a striker or something, but despite not getting a striker, I think we've got options up front. For me, actually, I think the biggest disappointment was not getting another central defender. Or not getting another defender, you know, because that's my big concern. Is Diop is out of form, Dawson has got a mistake in him, and we're relying only on Zuma, and that's the area for me that shocked me that we couldn't get anyone over the line. And I'm with you on this, Matt. £15 million for Coletta Carr. Are you going to tell me that he's not better than Dawson and he's not better than Diop? He clearly, you know, he's going to be on par, isn't he? And that's the thing.
I said this to Anne earlier. I don't know if he was up, right? You're not going to lose that money.
No,
you're not going to lose that money. Yeah.
If you bring him in now and you play him, and regardless of how we play, Moyes says in the summer, "Sorry, look, I gambled on him. He's not good enough." You'll get that money back in Europe.
Yeah.
Because you're not at a point where like you're Chelsea, and you bought Kepa Arrizabalaga for 70 odd million. And no one else in Europe is going to pay more than 20 million for it.
Yeah.
You've paid a reasonable fee that other teams can afford. Like it was literally a no-brainer. And like I said, when Sean said, "Oh, but he likes to do his due diligence. He likes to go and scout them and look at them and stuff. It's like he wasn't a new target.
There's another thing though,
He
Matt.
was
I
the
mean,
old target.
you look at Weghorst, right? And then one of the reasons that's been alleged that Moyes wasn't into him because he hasn't been vaxxed. Now, no, we're not talking about anything like that. But there's other things in play. Kletekar was never going to come in the summer because his wife had just had a baby, so she was never going to come across. So I know on paper things look good. We don't know about the personality of a person, do we? On paper, Kletekar looks absolute no-brainer. No brainer. 15 million quid. Don't forget Santos is here. Georgia, who was the coach of Marseille, who's a scout for Marseille last year. Don't tell me that Moyes ain't had a word with him about Kletekar.
Yeah, exactly.
And
And NWO makes a good point here. We're scoring goals. We're conceding. We're going back to conceding goals again.
That's it. That's
we went through a spell where we were like keeping clean sheets, and now we're And someone said much earlier in the show there was one point this season where we lost all 4 of our first choice defenders.
Yeah, we were for about a month.
For about a month.
We started shipping goals left, right, and centre.
And I think for me, my concern is I accept just accept not bringing in an alternative attacking option.
Yeah.
I think we've got options. We have got options, and we can make it work if we all start clicking again. What I can't fathom is no defender in this window. I think, and ironically, you just hit the nail on the head there, Matt. Ironically, I think we're going to suffer not because we're not scoring goals. We're going to suffer because we're going to continue conceding goals. That's going to be our downfall.
And that's last year. I mean, last year we had such a good defence, so we were nicking the odd game. We weren't playing well, but we were so tight at the back that we were scoring out. So it's now we're getting to a point where we're almost conceding 2 goals. So we've got to score 2 just to get a point. And so and then that puts pressure on Antonio and Bowen to because our defence has been so. That's what shocks me to like this.
You ready for this? Day? You're saying Antonio. Since we signed Antonio, on average, over all the seasons he's played, he only plays 29 games a season.
Yeah, there's his
we know that.
Yeah. He's already played 26 this season.
Yeah.
But you know what?
So he is going to break down.
He is going to break down. Exactly. We know this.
Because
we know this.
The same way without him.
Yeah, we absolutely know this.
I was like, we need a centre forward, and this is what I was sitting there saying earlier with Ant about. All right, for instance, Weghorst, maybe Moyes don't want him. He hasn't been jabbed. Fine, but you cannot sit there and tell me there wasn't a centre forward out there that could do a backup job.
This is. I mean, I don't want to start pointing the finger at doing a sort of a Moyes sort of like attack, but this is on David Moyes. He's got to stop. He's got to stop with the. I can't find a fucking centre forward for 2 fucking years. That's what he's had. Forget the fact that he sold
388 days since we sold Haller.
300 and another year before that Moyes joined the club. So basically he's had 2 years to find the minute he stepped in, he's had 5 windows. This is his 5th window. You can't tell me that the minute he stepped in, he knew he wanted to get rid of Haller. He knew it like that. For whatever reason, he knew it. So that means he should have been looking for a striker 2 years ago as a replacement to Haller. Ready for the minute he sold Haller, he should have had another striker come in the day after. Haller, I think Dennis I think he's a really good striker.
He is.
I really do. And because he wasn't an Antonio. Yeah.
And by the time Moyes has come in, his card was marked.
This is what made it even more confusing. Because when Moyes says, we need to find someone that's going to be better than Antonio. Antonio's not even a centre forward. In the same way that Arnautovic wasn't a centre forward. What were they? They were wide men that had a decent height, 6 foot, around 6 foot plus. Strong build that still had a bit of pace about them that could hold the ball up and chase the channels. I said to you earlier in the season, you don't want Antonio to score. If Antonio scores and assists 20 goals combined, because he gets 10 goals and 10 assists, the Moyes go, he's done his job. He doesn't expect Antonio to score 20, 30 goals a season. He expects Antonio to occupy the centre backs for them 3 behind to go and run off him, run in the space, he's occupied, get flick-ons, layoffs. So, you know what, funny enough, when that rumour came out the other day about Benteke, I was like, you know what? It wouldn't surprise me because he will do the role that Antonio does.
Mm.
Oh, and Benteke's not a good goal scorer. Well, no, most of the time he's not. But then again, neither's Antonio.
There's a comment here, you know, and I've talked about it before, and you guys have. Time for the youngsters, no? I don't think Perkins will step up this season. I think Perkins is a little bit lightweight.
He looked a bit lightweight.
Yeah, but Oko Flex could prove himself. I agree with that. And
that one
Yeah.
annoyed me. That one like literally sent me over the edge. We played Man United, and you just dying out. Not Man United, so he's playing Leeds, and you were dying out for something different.
Yeah.
And Yarmolenko stood up. I was like, why? Because he doesn't offer anything different.
Mhm.
Like the pace has gone from him. He doesn't have the pace for the Premier League.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, his shooting boots have gone as well. Because he's a one-trick pony that's cut inside from that right hand side on his left foot and shoot. And
we want to see something. We want to see Moyes. He's got no choice. But you know, I don't wish it on a player. But you know, you kind of almost half wish Yarmolenko would get injured so he can't be brought on.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
It's
You know, I
awful.
don't wish that. But you know, but I just think that maybe, you know, I named the six players that we got in attacking midfield. That I didn't even include Yarmolenko in that.
Yeah.
You know,
he shouldn't be included.
He shouldn't be included. But
No.
is this an opportunity? Has Moyes? I mean, we've got a great game on Saturday, which is going to give some of the youngsters an opportunity. I'm expecting to see Alese and Oko Flex start that game.
Yep, 100%.
You know, I'm actually expecting.
I'd maybe even check like Ekwa in it as well.
Ekwa's very good. Ekwa's very good.
I think Alese dependent on who, because obviously people can still. Well, I suppose the teams who are, I was about to say, would he be cup tied? But then, to be honest, the teams he's probably going to go for are probably already at the FA Cup already. So I don't think it'll, you know, they won't do like a Rangnick and play, you know, in 5 minutes to get him cup tied. But yeah, as you said, Alese and Okaflex, you'd imagine would be starting. Particularly because Antonio will not be playing because he'll be on his way. You know, he's played 3 games for Jamaica.
He gets through it. Yeah.
So he definitely might be playing. So it may mean, I could see it. I could see him playing Perkins on Saturday, to be honest, just because I don't know. I don't know.
I expect maybe Noble will get a run out.
Yeah, Noble will get a run out.
I'm expecting. I mean, I expect to see some of the senior players, like
it'll be a mixture of like senior and youth.
You know, but you'll have Areola playing in goal, and Ben Johnson will play, and I actually hope we see Alex Kral play, because everyone's talking about, you know, Moyes doesn't favour Alex Kral, and yet Alex Kral has gone nowhere in this transfer window. He hasn't been sent back to Sparta Moscow.
He's in Dubai, isn't he? He's in Dubai. He's in Dubai.
He's doing one-on-one training, wasn't he?
Kral's doing training. He's having he's in Dubai.
He's doing one-on-one fitness training, wasn't he? With some. I see pictures, and he put clips up on Twitter, didn't he?
Suchek's somewhere in the snow doing skiing.
Oh yeah, Suchek went to like Lapland or Switzerland or something, snowboarding.
Well, they're on holiday, aren't they? Do what they, you know, do what's right for them.
Right.
Which, you know what, at least they're getting a rest, which is what they needed.
So let's talk. Given that
it was just.
Well, given that we've got no new players to talk about, we've got to talk about the squad. Who is going to have the opportunity now to shine? Alex Kral. So, Jonathan asked a question about Kral earlier. Do you think that Souček and the Czech boys are upset because the way Kral's been treated? Has Kral been treated badly, or is this just typical David Moyes?
Yeah, both.
We don't know. We don't know the whole the ins and outs about the Kral deal, do we? Really? So you know, it could have been a. Or it could have been, you know, because we were looking at the beginning of the summer, weren't we, before the Euros, and we were like, let's get the deal done, and it didn't happen, and we thought, okay, and then it sort of it was like literally, it was the transfer. Was it like the last
deadline day?
Yeah, deadline day or something like that. The loan came in, so it was almost like, you know, you don't know how far down
literally out of nowhere, it was like Vlasic and Kral appeared.
Right. Yeah, so it was just so random and so left field. So I mean, I think he's hard done by, because I think, you know, when he's played, obviously he had COVID.
I liked him.
When he had COVID, and then that was the opportunity when he was going to probably get a game.
Yeah, we had the Europa League games, and we had the Carabao Cup.
Exactly. So then he missed
I think he played at Old Trafford, didn't he?
Yeah, he played him Noble,
and he actually looked quite. He started against not Noble midfield for the Carabao Cup game. He looked pretty decent.
He's got more. He's got
And then
more
he got
technical.
COVID.
He's got more technical ability than Suchek in terms of the
Yeah,
pass
which I was
ranges
quite
and stuff
surprised
like
at.
that.
So,
But
do
yeah,
you expect him to get any game time in the second half of this season?
no, because
No, I
nothing's
don't.
changed. I don't think there's anything's changed. You know, they'll even put in Lanzini in that deep line role, haven't they?
Yeah,
And to be
that
honest,
was what for me.
yeah,
That was one for me. And I said on the preview before the Leeds game, the league game, I said I would play Crow instead of Lanzini.
yeah.
I mean, because if
I
you
think
play
everyone
Lanzini there, we're
everyone
going to
was
get
gonna
absolutely
say that,
overrun
yeah.
in midfield.
Yeah.
And when we turned up to the game and I saw the team sheet and Lanzini was starting, I said, what was the point in signing him?
What's the point? Yeah,
Because Lanzini's not a holding midfielder. Lanzini can be a deep line playmaker.
Yeah.
When you're playing the team
like
that puts
Norwich.
10 men behind the ball.
Yeah.
So
When you
I'm
play
looking at.
Norwich, when you play Burnley, yeah. But against a team that plays all out attack, you should have played Crow. If you ain't going to play him then, when's he going to play him?
Yeah.
I'm looking at an interview that Mark Nobles had
I've
today.
just been reading that. Yeah.
Yeah, on
Does it say sign some players?
on our favourite ex-West Ham players podcast, Rio Ferdinand. You know the legend that he is, because he absolutely loves West Ham by suggesting that Declan Rice should go to Man United and stuff like that. And basically, it seems to be a party line, which kind of says much of what we've already heard. I'm pretty close with the manager, so we talk about players coming in and out. What he has said to me from day one is he's not going to bring players in for the sake of it. We've heard that many times before. He wants to improve the team, improve the squad, and if you can't get the right player, he isn't going to bring someone in that's a waste of money, if you know what I mean. Because I think we have done that in the past. Not saying players are a waste of money, but it hasn't worked out. It hasn't been right for the character of the football club. With the players the manager's brought in, you see the way they've worked and they've gelled as a squad. So I think if it doesn't work out, if we don't get the players and that we want them and that we want, then we'll stick with what we. Sorry. So if it doesn't work out, as in getting any players in, if we don't get the players in that we want, then we'll stick with what we've got and we'll reinforce in the summer. He's got the backing of the players. He's got the backing with the players.
Ain't gonna matter, is it? It's too late in the summer.
Well, it will be too late in the summer, but it seems
we are
that
3 injuries away from finishing 10th. I'm being particular on the players I'm talking about, but if Antonio, Bowen, and Zuma all get injured in the next 3 weeks and they go out for the rest of the season,
I'm worried about all of them, but I'm actually more worried about, like I've just said already, I'm more worried about our defence. If Zuma goes down again for longer than 10 seconds, I will shit my pants.
I'll put the other two because they're the ones that are scoring the goals. That's why I said Antonio and Bowen. If Antonio goes down, will Bowen will go up. But if Bowen goes down as well, and then Zuma goes again,
the challenge on Bowen in the Man United game
by up front the rest of the season.
well, the challenge on Bowen by Slabhead in the Man United game, I thought he was badly injured because he went down in front of us, in front of the away fans, and Bowen slid, half. I mean, he looked hurt, and I was actually so pleased that he actually got up from that. But it's the thought of going through the rest of the season with the greatest of respect to them, with Dawson and Diop as our first choice centre backs because Zuma might get injured again, doesn't bode well for me. No. I'm worried about that.
Or even take Zuma and Creswell out. Why shouldn't we finish the rest of the season?
Well, we've had Creswell out, haven't we?
Yeah.
And how'd it go?
And not good. We actually missed him more than actually most other players that have been injured this season.
Yeah.
But
that's
we
what
know.
He says,
we know.
Says, I'm not going to get people for the sake of it, and I'm not going to waste it. It's like look at your options. Look at your bench. I don't buy this whole. Oh, it's got to be a £30 million player. Oh, it's got to be they've got to be better than the first team. Right? I don't buy that because, like as you said about Joe Worrell, there's players in the Championship. We built half our team on the Championship. If you think about it.
Yeah. I don't have a problem with young with players coming in cheap.
I've
never had that problem. I think for me, if you buy a £19 million player and he plays like a £60 million player, like Bowen, great, all fair and well. Chai,
look, Creswell, 3.5 million, 4 million.
Yeah, Antonio, and look how long he's been with us. Chai, there is money there. It's not that there isn't the money. That there is actually the money there. That's the irony.
Yeah.
That's the irony. Good evening, Tom. It's upsetting, mate. It absolutely is. I totally agree with you. Steve, it's embarrassing. Hazari, any news? Yes, mate. Massive news. Are you ready for this?
Go to bed.
Yeah.
David Gold, go to bed.
Tavor, just imagine that Antonio and Zuma, Dawson get injured, then it's end of the season. Or Creswell, you don't have any substitutes for Creswell either. Yeah.
No.
Quattro, good evening to you. I hate that they settle for average. It's just so frustrating. But this is the problem, though, Quattro. As we've said before, Moyes has got full control of transfers now. So the money's been put in front of him to spend.
Good old Dithering Dave.
He hasn't spent it. Yeah. You know, I joke, Matt, you know, about Moyes. You give him £100 million to go and buy players, and he'll give you £60 million back, and he'll have 4 players in. You know, because that's the way he works.
I put in one of our other group chats earlier. I was talking to Cess. I said the thing is, the worst bit for me was like you can't even blame Marseille, because you've seen for the last 4 or 5 days it's West Ham and Marseille negotiating over Cletica, renegotiating again, negotiating again, and it's the whole thing was like West Ham want to do a loan with an option to buy it, and Marseille want to sell it. But and Marseille, one, they literally need to raise. They don't think they needed to raise 30 million this window to not get foul of financial fair play. Mm-hmm. Also, they got a transfer ban starting for like a year in the summer, so they needed the money now. And you can't sit there and say to them, "We tried to buy him off you in the summer, but whatever it didn't happen. So we're going to come back in now, but we don't know if he's good enough, and we want to loan him. While we're trying to loan him, we're going to offer 60 million for Nunes from Benfica. But who could sit there with a straight face and say that? Because Nunes, look, it looks fantastic. However, it's the Portuguese league. Tony Martinez come out of the Portuguese league.
He would be more than good enough. I've just been asked to look at the comments that Dean Ashton's made on TalkSport. I can't find the whole thing, but I'll read what I've got in front of me. Hang on a minute. Dean Ashton has questioned West Ham's ambition after a quiet transfer. It's a non-existent transfer window. With the Hammers still 5th in the Premier League, into the knockout stages of Europa League, fighting for Champions League spot, it seemed inevitable that reinforcements would be brought in. Blah blah blah. Moyes has always spoken about wanting to get the right players, as we know. Given how stretched the squad is, Ashton said, given how stretched the squad is, I feel that they should have done some business. It feels to me very much like with the Phillips and Rafinha thing. I laughed out loud when I saw those rumours. It feels to me as if West Ham, and it might be because of rumours, but it always feels like they're interested. That they might offer this and that, and it feels like it's never going to be accepted. A lot of people have accused the board of that, making offers that seems to be, sort of silly, phony bids.
Funny, like obviously, if we tell it's Moyes, that's the thing. I don't think Sean ever answered that question. Like, because I think you put the question to him: who actually does the bidding? Is it that Moyes and Newman go right? That's the guy we want. Go and get him.
Yeah, he didn't answer that question. He didn't answer that because I know that David Moyes doesn't sit down and does the bidding, so but it may be.
Did Moyes and Newman
said, "I want a loan to buy,"
and Calvin Phillips' name on the table, David Sullivan or Krasinski or whatever, or frigging Karen Brady? Yeah, they did. Did they say go and offer 25 million below their sell value? No, like it's Seth said it yesterday. It's a phantom bid. It's a bid that Golden Sullivan could put out there. And this is, I don't know if you saw we talked about earlier, the Simon Jordan on TalkSport this morning. With the whole, he said that Sullivan's done it for years. He said he doesn't even put bids in. He'll make up a fake bid and he'll link to journalists that this bid got rejected without the bid going in to make himself look like they're trying to make transfers and then try and unsettle the player to see if he's interested in the move. And he quoted the time that he'd done it to him when he was Palace chairman, and they wanted Birmingham were going to try and buy Andy Johnson, and he leaked to the press that Palace had turned down $6.5 million, and he was like, "He never even spoke to me. Didn't put no one spoke to me about a deal through. He just made up that they'd had a bid rejected." And then now the flip side, now you've got a guy that's got £100 million release clause, all right, we'll offer 40 million. Add another 20 on, you might get somewhere. Calvin Phillips, we offer 50 million. Add 20 million on, you might get somewhere. So, all right, saying we're for 50 million. You're 50 million for a £75 million player. You know, I'm not being funny. You know, with due respect to us, if Man City turn around tomorrow and offer 50 million for Declan Rice, what would you say?
I would laugh.
Exactly. So, what do you think Leeds did? But then tomorrow, Sullivan and Gold can turn around on, talk to their mates Jim White and go, "Oh, we tried for players. We put in this offer and this offer." The only player they could have definitely bought today was Kaluta Carr, and it would cost them 15 million. Which player did they never put a bid in for?
Yeah, agreed.
Because they've had to pay the money, because Marseille would have accepted it.
Here's a comment here. Wake up, everyone. Our under-23s are top of the league. The likes of Foden, Reece James and Mount have all become world-class, and we have a better under-23 squad than Man City. I wholeheartedly agree with that, Dabs, which is why I think that I'm hoping that we're going to, now that we've got two obvious gaps in the squad, you know, in defence and up front, I am hoping that possibly Alese and possibly Oko Flex will help to fill those gaps.
Well, do we keep hold of Longjello?
Yeah, we have. Yeah.
Well, for now, anyway, is the like championship team's got another couple of days or something? I know normally they have a bit extra, don't they, to do loan bids, like the football league normally.
Do they? I don't think we'll let him go after our window shuts. I'll be very surprised. Bernie, some of the bids are ridiculous still. They're not even market value prices for a top player. I do agree. I do agree, and I'm not suggesting that we should be bidding low money for top players. And I don't know. I mean, you know, as Sean said earlier on, were they real bids? Were they phantom bids? You know, were we really in for them? Was it a cheeky sort of suggestion? You know, over a drink, that sort of thing.
We'd offer 50 million. What do you think? Well, I don't know if you know, but Rafinha's actually made him negotiate a new contract at Leeds.
I thought Rafinha alluded to wanted to play. He was open to moving.
I think he is, but he's also in the middle of negotiating a new contract.
Okay.
For more money. So did we just did maybe someone on Rafinha's side go to West Ham and be like, well, you know, he's not happy, so put in a bid. And then we put in a bid, and then his agent goes to Leeds, look, West Ham have offered 50 million, you've got to give him a new contract.
Let's deal with this.
I don't know if you've ever watched or listened to it, Ben Foster, his podcast.
No, I haven't.
Because he does talk about a lot of stuff that's, say, we might call behind the curtain in football terms. And he said that is one thing that happens. When you've got a player that's young and they're good, if you get a very good offer come in and the club don't let you go, normally the reward is you get a better contract. So was Rafinha's agent just getting us to go put something in, and then
in order to get an improved contract? It's quite possible.
Let's
deal with this question. Will Declan leave this summer? I don't think he will.
Yes.
You think he will?
Absolutely.
You're like 100% convinced that he will?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not.
There's one caveat.
Go on.
They've got to win the Europa League.
Yeah.
That is it.
Anton, is Declan leaving this summer because of what's happened in this window?
Oh no, no, you didn't say that. You said, is he leaving?
Well, I asked you, is he leaving this summer? And you said yes.
But I'm not just equating it to what's happening this winter. But will he go?
I think it depends on where we are as a club. So if we finish 10th and we don't win any trophy, and then I could see it happening. But if we finish 5th and we travel far in the Europa League, then I don't know, and it depends on what he's been told and what investment is potentially coming in the summer.
Yeah, I think that's why I think this summer is a much more important window. This was an important window to keep the momentum going, but I think this summer, and like I've said, we've got a big rebuilding job to do, because we've got players who not out of form but are just aging. They're just aging, and we've got players, you know, contracts expire, etc. And we've got quite a big job to do, or Moyes has got quite a big job to do. I think Declan is going to hang around and see what's going to happen. I think, and I think it's going to, if Moyes doesn't stutter and gets some good players in that we need, I think Declan stays for at least another season.
Do you know what it comes down to? Like, let's not beat about the bush here. There's 30 minutes to go. We haven't signed a player this window. We needed to sign a player this window. I don't want to get carried away with the whole kind of the end of the season. But it is shit. It is shit because we needed to strengthen. We absolutely need to strengthen. And when you listen to Mark Noble, David Moyes in every single press conference that he's been talking about, he does allude to the fact that it's tough out there, but we do need to strengthen. But to be in the position that we're in, potentially going into the last, how many more months have we got of football? 4 more months of football, 15 games.
Months? Yeah, about 4 months.
15 Premier League games, a potential run in the FA Cup, potential run in Europa League Cup, with, like you said earlier on, a non-recognised striker, and highlighting the fact that you want to bring a striker in, and there are strikers out there. The part I don't get is I've always believed the process that he goes through. I won't bring in someone for the sake of it, but surely to God, there's someone out there that's all right. Surely to God, there's someone. Whether that person is 32, whether that person's 33, whether that person's 18, 19, or 20, surely there's someone out there that's better than, or can help the squad, that is better than potentially Masuaku and Yarmolenko off the bench and relying heavily on the youth.
Surely you can bring, if you can't bring in someone that's the same, surely you can bring in someone to do a plan B, to do something different as a centre forward. You know, we go back to that Burnley game. How many sitters did Antonio miss, proving that he's not an natural centre forward?
Yeah.
Just because you didn't have a plan B to bring on. The Leeds game, was it the Leeds game or the game before? And he was like, "Oh, you know, I would have taken Antonio off 15 minutes to go if I had a chance, but we haven't got anyone else."
Yeah, well, we said this that, you know, in that Leeds game, that was a great opportunity for Rocco Flex to demonstrate what he might have been capable of. Is he up to it? You know, fair play to Moyes that he brought Perkins on in the last 5-6 minutes, but it was the wrong player. Let's answer this, Bernie. What's your take on Krul? I kind of still think Krul's got a role to play in this. He's, because I said whilst you were off, Anton, if Moyes didn't favour Krul, why didn't they just terminate the contract in this window and send him back to Spartak Moscow?
Because you still got to pay for him. That would be my thing.
Well, I don't know, right? Because you heard the rumours about bringing, if we were to bring Kaleta in, that potentially we had interest in, Newcastle had interest in taking Diop out. The thing is, I actually don't know if Diop would have gone anyway if we had brought Kaleta in, because that's not adding strength and depth. That's just one in, one out. It's mad to think that we are sitting here with such an, like, I'm trying to word it without going fucking mental, because I am getting a bit pissed off about it. I can't help but genuinely put it back to 2016. It's exactly the same emotions I'm going through right now. I'm not going. Yeah, I'll tell you the reason why I'm not going through those. No, but quickly, but the only reason I'm saying that is because we came off a good season and we had a chance to progress.
I get that, but our squad was based on one player in the 2015-16 season, and what we should have done was build around him instead of bringing in, you know, average players. It's a very different scenario now where we're not just reliant on just one player. We're not just a one-man team like we were back then. You know, now we've got a number of players. We've got a Bowen, we've got a Declan, we've got a Zuma. You know, we've got a number of players around the team who are, you know, we kind of rely on. It's not just the one player. Back then, it was just Payet. It was only Payet and nothing else. I think we've got more of a nucleus now. We've got a better base now than we had. That's why, of course, I'm upset. I'm disappointed that we haven't brought another player in. But I'm just, you know, I'm not as. That's why I'm trying to put positive spins on it. Talking about the number of players we've got up front. Like I said, my concern, you know, we were talking to Matt. It's not that we can't score goals. It's just that we've gone back to conceding goals again. I think that's the big concern.
And it's just depth in certain areas. But I think the Man United game is the one what really brought it home. Really brought it home was the game was going nowhere for both teams, and the game was won by substitutions from the opposition. And that is what changed that game. And then it made you realise, even though we knew and have known for such a long time that we didn't have that. And going into this season, we knew we didn't have that strength and depth because we spoke. We kept saying it. We kept delaying our thoughts on what Moyes was going to do. We kept saying to each other, at what point will you panic? I'll never forget it. We kept saying, what point will you panic? We came up to the Celtic pre-season friendly. I said, once that pre-season friendly done, I hope we'll have 2 players in. We didn't. We didn't even have one in. But I'm not going to panic. But I think to help the players out, strength and depth would have been good. But
I agree.
We have got so far with this current squad. That doesn't mean that it's right that we've not brought players in, because everyone says this. Everyone knows this, especially in football. You need to sign new players to move with the times. You need to sign new players to grow or to
keep
challenge,
it fresh and grow and
fresh and grow.
Absolutely,
And I understand the mindset of them saying you can't bring people in just for the sake of it. But again, I struggle to think, like, I'm looking here at all the done deals of the Premier League, and there's a couple of players there. I'm like, I don't really know why we didn't look at them.
Go for them,
to be honest. And you know, putting a disclaimer out there about the amount of players that we link West Ham to. We never ever put ourselves out there and say we know because we have an insider that says there's a link out there. We're actually telling you what everyone else is saying, and then trying to work out this is what they could bring. And when
we had Tom Clark on earlier, who said the same thing,
yeah,
you know, then you know it's not just the fact. You know, it's evident. You know, we know where the weaknesses are in the team, or where we need depth. You know, Garino, the serious question about everyone keeps saying Moyes and Newman are in total control. Where is the proof? Well, the proof is there because Moyes said, you know, he actually said when he came back, you know, the way we bring players in, the way we sign players is a shambles, is not the right way to do it, and leaks going out, etc., etc. And one of the things that he wanted as a guarantee was that he builds the scouting network. That's why Newman is the head of scouting. You know, that he wants control of managing transfers. He doesn't want favors from Sullivan. He doesn't want Sullivan going to him and going, "I've bought you a player," and stuff like that. He wants to be the one that decides what players come in and out.
Except now,
you know,
if we'd had that, he would have got Origi today. So
Origi,
I mean,
another player that you know,
just
he would have got him today because he's one of Sullivan's mates agents.
Well, just to go through it, I mean, I take it like there's no sniffing around anyone at all.
No, there's nothing.
I've got to take this off because this message going on the bottom is now a complete fallacy. I can't remove
There's
it.
nothing going on. There's nothing.
Yeah. I mean,
25 minutes to go.
You know, part of my mindset in the past was, you know, don't take anyone for the sake of it. And then as the window was going on, you were starting to hear people saying, "Oh, take anyone. I would take anyone." Over having
no one. You wouldn't take anyone.
I don't know if I still don't
Well,
know.
I said to you earlier, so when it was off, I said, like, when I saw that rumour for Benteke the other day, I fully believed that'd be someone we'd probably take.
No,
because
I
the
knew
way that he plays and the way that Moyes plays.
Yeah, I think everyone would have gone flipped. Mark, good point. What if Kretinsky didn't want anyone and has a plan for the summer? I don't know. I think we all can see it is a gambling position. We could all see what we needed now, you know.
Yeah, but the thing is, right? I understand if there's a
James, don't do it.
If there is a plan for the summer, that's fine. But when there's players available, when you're in the position that we're in, there's no ifs or buts about it. And you've got money, some money. You do need to strengthen somewhere.
Well, you can say some money, but if we put like a £50 million off, 40, 50, £60 million offer in for whatever that got Nunes, there's plenty of money. For a Moyes, £60 million is like frigging 300 million. You know, for the way Moyes spends money. You know, if Moyes was serious, and what was the guy's name we brought in from Marseille?
Hang on, are we breaking news? West Ham have signed 3 players in the last minute of the transfer window. Kaletakar, Nunes, and Lingard have all arrived at Rush Green. Russ is rushing off to Rush Green in order to greet the players.
and then still woke up.
Yeah, exactly. Then still woke up. Oh dear.
You said hold on, Anton. What's going on?
He's got
Nothing.
breaking news.
Nothing.
English Yard is still answering the map. With this transfer window, if we finish 8th to 10th, no doubt we'll lose Declan. I blame the board and Moyes. They made up his mind for due to lack of ambition. So frustrating. Okay, I've asked the others. Matt has said he's going at the end of this window, at the end of this summer. I don't think Declan's going. Russ, is
No.
Declan going this summer?
No, next summer. Next summer, if there's no improvement. That's the way I
Right.
see it. Because he is
But that's what everyone said last summer.
Yeah, I know, but I think at the moment, for me, the way it's set up at the moment, I mean, you know, I know it's not great. I know we haven't signed no one, but for me, we've got, you know, Bowen. Liverpool aren't going to put a bid in for Bowen because they bought Diaz and they're going to get Fabio as
They're
well.
going to sell Salah and Mane in the summer, so they're going to need more players.
So they're not going to sell both of them.
Salah's not signing new contracts; he'll get sold.
Oh, Matt, just chill out.
He's on one tonight, isn't he? He's on one
I just like
tonight.
back it up. Like Liverpool won't give him the 400 grand a week he wants.
No, it doesn't.
So they'll be after someone.
Salah's gone. No, but at the end of the day, for me,
But Antonio's retiring in the summer, so Man City getting rid of someone.
Do I have to put you on mute, Matt?
Yeah, calm down. Jeez. Matt, we've been West Ham fans for how many years? We know we're disappointed. Don't forget 1980, you know, that 85, 86 season. We almost went down the season after that. So, you know, it makes no difference. You know, there's nothing new.
Don't have chickens yet, Ross.
Yeah, exactly. Don't go to bed. I've got to go to bed in a minute. I've got to be up early in the morning. But what I'm saying is, I can see this season. I can see almost next season being the decisive season for Deck, because you've got Mark leaving. He's got the keys to the castle. He'll be the club captain, the team captain, the poster boy, a big fish in a small pond. And I also think, I mean, I agree with what Sean said. I don't usually agree with Sean, but I agree that Man City would be the destination for him. I think definitely in the Premier League. But then again, you look at Grealish, 100 million quid, and he's hardly set up Man City. He's hardly set the Man City team on fire, is he? He's never not necessarily the first team choice.
Yeah, but then I just on the Grealish thing, I don't think he's worth that much anyway.
I just want to bring up this. Just want to bring up this comment because I'm wondering what players we've lied about that other channels haven't talked about, Jordan. None of the rumours this channel say are true. They just lie through their teeth to get more views. If you'd like to explain to us any player that we've talked about that every other channel hasn't, then I'll be all ears, mate. Yeah. So, you know, have your say.
And then at the end, all we've done is report. We haven't made up anything. We just reported on what's been reported. And actually,
we don't make up a damn thing.
And actually, to be honest, we actually take the mickey out of the fact that there's so many. I think if you watch my shows, I have like a 1970s comedy theme with all the names we've been listed, and we've had about 80 or 90. We know that's not going to be the case.
Got a 3-minute playthrough of all the names because it's taken.
I think several times we consistently put disclaimers out there. We find it, you know,
all the time, not
all the time. It's like
all the time.
It's all the time. It's a disclaimer to say, we are not telling you they're coming in. We're telling you this is a link that someone else has said. So let's have a look at the player and see does it work or not. Simple as that, really. So,
but Jordan, tell us a player that we've lied about, and I'll tell you if it's true or not. English Yard is still Anton, Matt, and Russ. No one came in. News transfers. Blah blah blah. Where are we finishing this season, Russ? What position? And what about the cup competitions as well?
I still see us sixth. I think sixth. I think we have sixth again. The first time ever in our history we'll hopefully finish in the top 6 in the top league ever. And I fancy us. I know Europa. I know Europa League on Stell's birthday. I think it might be a step too far. I'll be honest. I'd like to see us get to at least the semis of the Europa League. I think it might be a step too far. I'll be honest, just because it's a different. You know, we've done well. What's that?
What day's the final?
18th of May.
Can't be there.
So yeah, so I think 6th in that. Yeah,
I think top 6 because you know, as much as people say we can be quite confident West Ham fans, equally I could turn around to people and say, well, your knee-jerk reaction to the fact that we've not signed players, but we're still sitting 5th and we're in the last 16 in Europa League. So we've not signed players. And it's disappointing, but with the current squad we've got, all you need to do is look at David Moyes' history when he was at Everton every single season. And we were told when we have Everton fans come on the channel that he consistently likes to work with a small squad. I don't think he'll ever work with a big squad, whatever team he goes to. and I heard some comment, I don't know if it was Sean earlier on, saying that West Ham aren't big enough to have 22 first-team players. I've said it all along. I have said it but I've said it for years. I don't think that we're transitioning as a club, but we haven't transitioned there yet. So therefore, if you're talking about
and I don't think we'll ever
United,
get.
No, but if you're talking about teams like Manchester United that can't hold 22 first-team players,
true,
and they've been where they are, and Arsenal that can't hold 22 and they've been where they are, then how the hell are we going to hold 22 at that level of where we are? The point I'm trying to make is we're fifth. I would rather the points on the table than where Tottenham are, if I'm being honest. No ifs or buts about it. They're a point behind us and they've got 3 games in hand. And you'd be looking at it going, okay. But let's not forget, 5 or 6 games ago, we were 7 points behind Arsenal. And everyone was shitting themselves. What's going to happen? Okay, this could all change. And I could look at it next week or in 3 weeks' time, and Wolves have overtaken us and we're sitting 8th or 9th.
Okay, so Ross, you said what? 6, did you say?
6th and semi-finals of the Europa.
Okay, so you're saying 6 as well, Anton?
Yeah, I'll agree with that. And
right, let's get to the realism. Matt,
I got
18th and just avoiding relegation.
I got 2 answers, right? If we do somehow have a run like we had last season, where we do, touch wood, avoid the big injuries, we can finish 6th. I'm going to say 8th with a cup run.
Yeah.
I said 5th. I think I'm going to have to reduce that down to 6 now. And we're going to get to the final of the Europa League.
Oh, don't say that. I'm going to make that. I'll miss it.
Don't worry. I will.
But I'll be in the wrong continent for that.
Look, people are saying, Uncle M is saying 8th, Mandy is saying 6th. You know, despite the fact that we've not signed any players in this window, there we go. Oliver's being more realistic, 9th. We're still saying top half of the league. We do need to finish in the European place,
I know, but I won't be happy if we finish in it just in the top 10. That's not progression for me. Considering what's that? Oh, honestly, that's.
I'm sorry, I'm getting rid of him. He's getting boring.
It's fine. You know, I don't want the top 10 is not going to be enough for me. We need to be challenging that top 6 after the couple of seasons we've had. I think that's just what disappoints me. I don't want a huge squad if David Moyes doesn't want a huge squad. I just want a couple of extra cheeky little players who can make a big difference to that team, who we can maybe look at the bench and go, all right, okay, they'll bring them on. But then, I mean, I think I seen you bring up the team earlier on, didn't you? Did you bring up the squad that we've got?
No, not the whole squad. No.
Have
you got that, Russ?
We're just doing the attacking things. Yeah. So,
have you got the ability to bring up the squad? What's you? So
give me 2 seconds.
You will
announce Fellaini. Fellaini. John Fellaini has been signed for a fee of £18.5 million on an 8-year contract.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Right. So what we do, we look at the squads. Let's start with the goalies, and we'll include obviously. What do you want now? We
don't need to bring Martin and Randolph in or anything like that. So let's just look at all the defense. Like for me, it's a case of we're now going to look at strength and depth in the squad that we're going to be left with if we don't sign another player, which we're not.
Yeah, exactly.
So Zuma, Dawson, Diop. You know, 3 centre halves. I'm just trying to look at what centre half options we've got. We've got Creswell. We can always rely on him jumping in if we had to go back to a back.
He could.
Three.
That's a good point. Yeah, he could. Yeah.
Obviously, I'm putting on because he's injured.
Yeah, but defensively, I mean, it's yes, I don't deny it. He wants 4 first-team central defenders, but on paper, that's all right, and that's without including any of the youth: Longello, Alessi, Baptiste, and the potential for Declan Rice to step back in that position if need be.
I wonder, if he's held on to Krul. Krul's played there as well, apparently, hasn't he?
Yeah.
So,
Yep. What about midfield then?
Midfield, eh? Okay, let's get rid of everyone here. Let's get them all off. Okay, let's go into midfield then. Just talk amongst yourselves. Wait, tick.
No. I'm just when you see the players out on the screen, it just starts to. It's again. Yes, you look at the bench and it's not great, but
Yeah.
when people are fit and if they are coming back to fitness, I don't doubt for a second Moyes will be frustrated at not bringing a player in.
Of course.
But I certainly don't
more
think
frustrated than the fans.
Well,
probably not as much as the fans, but yeah, I know what you mean though.
Yeah, I mean, who are we waiting for? Bowen. I mean, I suppose you'd be as well as Antonio there. I mean, it's not bad. I mean, when they're all fit and they're all ready to go.
That's the trouble. When they're all fit, when they're all fit and they're on form in it as well. That's the trouble.
But thinking about the next game, who isn't fit from that list? I think the only one we think might have a knock still, we don't know if he still does, is Mark Noble. But apart from that,
no, he's back. Mark Noble, he had COVID, didn't he?
But apart from him, and if you do include him, then they are all fully fit. Now, where you start to break it down is Antonio picks up an injury. Ideally, you don't want him to happen. He's gone through so far this season without an injury. But if he does pick up an injury, what do? We then have to rely on the false nines.
But this is what I was talking about earlier. You've included Yarmolenko in that. I said 6 earlier on. We've included Yarmolenko. So you look at those. You look at that midfield. There are enough options there, aren't there? You know, it doesn't matter about that. Players come in and out of form. We know that. You know, Fornals has been in and out of form. Benrahma has, Lanzini has, etc. Vlasic is still finding his feet. You can argue that of those midfielders and Antonio, only 2 have really done the business all season, Bowen and Declan. But otherwise, you've got options, haven't you? You know, maybe use Kral a bit more. You know, people talk about Souček going further forward, for example. You can stick Kral in alongside Declan to give Souček more attacking impetus. You have got different options there. Even if you get injuries, you've got different options there, haven't you?
It's still not ideal. It's still not ideal.
No, it's not.
Obviously, add Lingard to that, add Origi to that, and then you're starting to think, right, okay, there's an interesting squad that's going to challenge, that can give us a new dynamic. That means we don't have to rely on Bowen going up top if Antonio doesn't have the ability. Like, you know, it does surprise me that we haven't even just looked at someone like Origi and thought, you know what, £10 million, is that really a gamble? It's not really a gamble.
At all. Not at all.
No.
So
at all.
It's just a bit. It's a bit confusing, to be honest. But I'm still not going to panic. I just really hope that we can use. I think you guys missed it when Tom was on. I said to him, like, this is an opportunity now that we have to utilize youth. We've put them in and around the squad. And we've not seen a huge amount of them. There's been a couple of players that have been bedded into the team, but I think I don't think we'll have 15 games to go, 15 Premier League games to go. I mean, it does not actually sound like a lot. It is a lot, but it doesn't sound like a lot.
It isn't this lot that I'm worried about, Anton. Can you go back to the defenders? Because that's the bit that concerns me. I think we've got enough options attack wise to get through 15 games, to be quite honest with you. It's the defenders that I'm worried about. It's more about what happens if Creswell gets injured again. What happens if Zuma gets injured again? They're the ones I'm concerned about. Ironically, I've got faith in the likes of Fredericks. I like him. You know, Ben Johnson, I'm actually surprised he's fallen out of the team lately. You know, so they're good alternatives. Just the man on the left there, and the man in the middle, that kind of concerns me. Diop, I really thought Diop would really take the bull by the horns. And he hasn't.
Yeah, but I feel like I'm going to slightly try and justify Diop. I don't think it's his fault. I think he's been stuck with different fullbacks to the side of him, and if his confidence is, if he relies on confidence to play well, and then the next minute Creswell's out injured, and then you're playing beside Masuaku, who doesn't give you that strength and cover and is always darting forward, there's no doubts about it. When Masuaku darts forward and is quite tricky and clever and can get the ball into the box, it's great. But sometimes, and quite a lot, leads to errors in the team, and it gives us that, problem.
We're on the back foot.
We're on the back foot, and then Diop is shaken by that, and he does, and we can't underestimate what Diop's capable of doing, because we have saw probably 6 good games from him this season. Could we say earlier in the season? Like for me, and I know NWO saying, "Come on, Anton, he can play or he can't." Well, no, I don't think. I think some players are like that, but I actually do think there is a player in Diop. I just think if you put Zuma or Dawson alongside Diop, and as long as someone like Creswell's there, who's going to do the job he's been doing all season, I think Diop's all right.
I just wonder, you just mentioned, Russ, that Creswell can drop in as a back three, for example. And I just wonder how much more stable Diop might be with Zuma and Creswell either side of him.
So much more stable. And I think both. I think that's the trouble. Is like, when we were looking at Coletta Carr, for example, one of the things he doesn't do is tackle. Very similar to Zuma. If you watch Zuma, he does not press as much. He does not tackle. He tends to be the backstop, and it's almost like and obviously, when you're playing Diop with Zuma or Dawson with Zuma, they both play better because they perceived to be playing better because the mistakes they might make get mopped up by Zuma. The trouble is when they both play together, they both go for the ball several times where, we think, oh, Diop's been at fault there because he's tracked the ball rather than followed the man, and so that's what's happened. That's what happened. So anything with Cresswell and Zuma and with a Diop, that back three as a three is very, very strong. Even so, if you take Diop out and put Dawson in, that's a strong back three. But as I said, anyone partnering Zuma is going to look better as a player. And I think that's the trouble. The last few games when Zuma's been out, we haven't had that. And so you haven't had that backstop defender. And then that puts pressure on Fabianski in goal or Areola in goal because they know they haven't got that sort of, safety net of Zuma, which is what he brings.
There's comments in here, right? I'm not going to bring them up because I don't want people like naming other people and slagging them off. I get your frustration, Alex, right? I totally get your frustration. I'm not going to bring a comment up, but I'll address the part where it says we lost Coletta Carr because we wouldn't spend £2 million on add-ons. And then I see Toby's asking you, what's the source? What is the source? How do we know? That's the point. This is the new West Ham under David Moyes. Like, we don't know anything. No matter who we bring on, no matter if we bring on any journalist that we come on, they don't know anymore. Nobody knows. No. They get told information last minute. Yeah. And for anyone to even...
When we talked to Tom Clark earlier on, he said much the same stuff that we've been saying. Yeah. So it's not been really any different. And he's a journalist who's talking to sources on a regular basis. Not that we know any better, but and you can put two and two together and work out exactly what's going on behind the scenes. So. Yeah. I don't know. We lost Coletta Carr because of £2 million. Don't know.
But I wouldn't be surprised if we lost Coletta Carr over something ridiculous.
Yeah,
because we've got history of being ridiculous.
We've done that before. Yeah, and so we don't forget the whole incident with William Carvalho
with the email
Sporting Lisbon. So we know there's form, but we don't know. And that's the trouble. I think that's the frustration. But also, I mean, the fun thing if you can say it's fun, at least the transfer window is. There's been a lot of speculation because journalists and agents and stuff are putting these names out there. So there might be, we did a thing the other day where we had two people bringing in, we did last year's list of people and this year's, and it's about 70% the same. So it's the same names are getting banded through. But, we don't know. And I think that's the frustration on both sides, both from the fans' perspective, because we want to, and on the journalist perspective as well, because they want to know the tidbits and stuff. So it's great that the leaks are out and not coming out. But in the flip side is we don't know what the hell's going on because we don't know. And then we get tidbits of information from Moyes at the press conference saying, I've got money available to the board. The board have said I've got money. So, okay, well then it's not the board's fault. It's your fault. If you want to buy a player, they'll buy the player. So look, it's not been a great transfer window. There's going to be a massive fan meltdown on Twitter and social media. We know that's going to be the case. And I feel sorry for Kidderminster, really, because they're, as Tom said the other day, they're not going to get any coverage in any of the press conferences about that. It's all going to be about the lack of transfers, which is awful, really.
There's a comment here from NWO. He says, so you have to find special players for him to perform, really. Sell him if that's the case. No, well, the thing is...
No, I don't think that's what you said.
No, but I actually think there's an element of truth in that. Because, no, seriously, because...
No, I'm laughing at this, sorry.
But you never bought Dawson. You never brought Dawson to be that, perfect, top-notch central defender. He came in and worked well within a squad. And all the other players that Moyes is bringing into this team work well within the squad. He gets the best out of the players. The reason he brought Jesse Lingard in when nobody else wanted him was because he wasn't performing. His head wasn't in the game. He spoke to him and he said, I can do this and I can do that. And what I'll do is I'll transform your game. The reason why nobody wanted Arnautovic at the time, because he wasn't performing fantastically well, he came in and he transformed Arnautovic. So Moyes has got that technique in order to look at players and go, well, do you know what? Diop, individually, as an individual centre-half, you're not the best one. However, if I put you with someone who's solid that side and someone who's solid that side, you will probably come out of your shell. I think genuinely that's how David Moyes thinks. But we have gone down the route. Still, you mentioned it earlier on. Sebastian Haller, if we had never, ever, ever signed him, we'd be looking at him right now and going, why the hell
wondering why we're not looking at him.
We'd bring him in, we wouldn't feed him, and he wouldn't score, and then we'd be in the same circumstances we're in just now.
It's finished. It's over. Our agony is absolutely.
But the agony has just started, though. That's the ironic thing, isn't it?
Yeah. All I've got to do first of all is apologise to our viewers for having to take you through this
for the last month
nightmare. And I'm going to stick to my principle that I will not be speaking about transfers again until a month before the transfer window. So I don't give a flying F how much people love it on a show. I'm not going to do any transfer stories between now. When does the transfer window reopen again? Is it June or August?
July, isn't it?
June, July, August.
Hold on a minute. The network's got a late signing. Luke wants to come in and get his last piece of.
He's got his I've got to go, guys. I'm really sorry. I have to go. I'll see you later, guys. Love you.
Well, deals can still be announced, but hang on. Where is it? Deals can still be announced, but they're not going to be. I should be apologising for what? What have I done wrong? Oh, I shouldn't be apologising. Sorry, I misread that. I shouldn't be apologising. We hope we kept you entertained. Luke, how happy are you with this fantastic transfer window? Where's Russ gone?
It's not a celebratory beer. It's a defeatist beer, if you know what I mean. Look, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna go into tangent like I did the other night. I've just finished work. The worst thing about all this is I'm not surprised. I'm actually not surprised I haven't bought anyone. I've said to a few people recently that I said it a few weeks back, maybe a month ago, maybe a bit longer than that. The old West Ham has crept back in. And I think it showed in performances a little while back. And this is when everyone started to say, well, okay, maybe, January's coming up. We need to get some signings in. There has to be more than meets. I don't know what you guys have talked about. You must have talked about a load of things the hours I've been gone. But there has to be something wrong in the club. The fact that we had Rob Newman come in, who was heralded as someone who was going to boost Moyes' chances of getting who he wants in, and we're not going to have to go through David Sullivan anymore, and it's going to be so much more to do with Moyes and his management team. And Moyes, he's signed some brilliant players for us so far since he's been back at the helm, and it's all really, really good. To going from, well, Rob Newman must be on gardening leave since he's been at the club, and since he's turned up, he's more or less been. Has he been isolating with no way of getting in contact on Zoom or something like that? Because he's the easiest job in the world. He ain't had to do anything. And Moyes himself, I don't know what's happened with him, because he's gone from in total control of transfers to, well, this is a Sullivan masterclass. You got Simon Jordan on Talk Sport saying, "Oh, I know what this is classic Sullivan of how he used to be when he was owner of Birmingham." To doing exactly the same thing again. I just think it's a bit sad. I don't know what you lads think, because you've obviously told everyone else that you think. I think it's a bit sad.
I do agree. To be honest, I do. every fan who supports their club wants their team to sign players, especially when they're doing well, and you think, right, okay, you can bring them in, but maybe we've known all along. Maybe all the messages were there. He's managed Everton, and he'd done the exact same thing at Everton. And
do you think it's down to Moyes then? Do you think it's
well,
100%?
I don't think we'll ever know, right? But
Mm.
someone said earlier on, I wouldn't even be surprised if Moyes comes on in his press conference against Kidderminster and actually says, "Listen, lads, we tried and there was no one there for it." Because he's got history of doing it. He's got history of doing it and saying it. And if he says that, are we then saying he's lying? Like, because he does it all the time. He says it all the time. So I'm not trying to say to anyone out there, I mean, I can't fathom it, right? And I'm not, please understand where my mindset is at. I'm not saying this to you, Luke, but I'm saying to everyone in the chat, where my mindset at is with the board, right? People need to understand that before they start jumping down my throat and saying, "Oh, you're bored in," or whatever. But I'm trying to say that if Moyes goes to them and says, "I want Origi," and he's 10 million quid, and he's 100k a week, are you telling me now the board are going to go, "Nah, we're going to go and offer them 5," or "No, we're not going to go near him"? I don't believe that for a second. I don't believe that for a second.
I think it's 6 of one, half a dozen the other in that respect. Yeah. I can see him maybe going for a few players that he didn't think he'd get, and there was if something miraculous happened and we'd lost any players, if Bonner had been fit the whole season, if other players had come in and not changed, and we didn't look at it going, well, Creswell's been out, so he's not invincible and stuff like that. If we had been on the same momentum and no one had been injured and we were still we had lost in the League Cup, and I can understand him kind of going, well, no, you know what, the team doesn't need anyone because we're doing so well so far. But because we've had injuries and we've had little things going on here and there, you kind of think, well, I know you like a small squad, mate, but this is taking the piss. And as much as he's been a brilliant manager, you can only manage so well, and maybe he has got a history of it and stuff like that. But this does scream a Sullivan transfer.
This is a good point. Sorry, Luke, to interject there. This makes sense to me. I don't know if you agree with the comment that Dan said there, but if this is true, which we are led to believe, Caleta-Car has been a link since the summer, and if it was them pushing for a loan to buy, then if it was a Moyes player, then why did we get it through? So I do think
the understanding is that it's Moyes that wanted the loan to buy. That's what we've been led to believe, that it's Moyes that asked for the loan to buy. And then when we look at his record over the last couple of seasons, Souček was a loan to buy, and several other players have been loan to buys. And it's not new to us.
I see. This is the problem is, I think, is when we got Moyes in the first time, second time around, he wasn't on a permanent contract, was he? I think they gave him to the end of the season to see if he could keep us up, and then he did, and then we gave him the contract. Have I got that right? Have I got that wrong?
Yeah,
so that's correct. So the board are going, well, we're not going to give you any permanent signings because we don't know how long you're going to be here in the first place. And then when we stayed up, we've done so well. We're right. Souček's got to be the first one through the door. So in a way, maybe he was having to do things like to go, right, if I can't get him in, I want him in on loan because I want to test the waters as well. But the only way you would want a loan to buy is if you know that your boss isn't going to give you a permanent deal. So you go, okay, look, I want him. You're not going to give him a permanent deal. Okay, well, can we just get him in on loan to buy it as a last resort? Because I want him in, and if you're not going to give me a permanent transfer, I want him in some way. So if you can sort me out a loan to buy, that would be great. There's got to be something in the I think there's more than meets the eye with the Rob Newman thing. Does Sullivan want in there? As Moyes brought him in, and Sullivan going, because I think I've seen a few on Twitter at times. Rob Newman can tell people who to go and sign. This player's really good, that player's really good.
And then the board have got to go and do the deal. Yeah,
exactly.
And that's where I think Sean didn't answer the question earlier, because there's no way that Rob Newman and David Moyes are sitting there agreeing fees. Rob Newman and David Moyes' job is to go and say, these are the players that we want, and then it's down to the board to negotiate. So Sean avoided that question earlier on when we asked him. English Yardie, isn't it possible Oh, fuck me. Fucking hell. Hang on a minute. Last minute, people. Last minute signing is here. I mean, he's fucking arrived. There's one through the door. Ladies and gentlemen, we've just signed Nigel Cole. We put the papers in before 11 o'clock and he's arrived.
He texted me earlier on saying, "What time are you going on at?" And I was like, "This time." And he's like, "Yeah, all right then."
I went somewhere for half hour and I ended up staying for free.
It's
yeah,
fine.
we were told.
Yeah, so the thing is,
we like them all, so it's fine.
because I've got nothing written for my website tomorrow.
Oh dear.
Because obviously you're expecting, and write about the new signings or whatever, and then I'm sort of writing about what a clusterfuck it's turned out to be, and then that disappoints you, doesn't it? And you're thinking, do you know what? I wonder if they're still going.
Oh yeah, we're still here. We're still here for our sins. We've only done 3 hours and 11 minutes.
Well, look, I did say on the other show, if anyone's just transferred, we should hold a minute silent for Jazz because he's done 14 hours of it.
14 hours.
He started at 10 o'clock apparently.
Why?
Well, to announce the signings, isn't it? The poor man. That is a soldier of fortune, isn't it?
Oh dear.
He has got nothing else to do. Bless him.
All right. I've asked everybody else. It's been a shit show. So halfway down the league at the end of the season, no cups to sing about or anything. What do you think, Nigel? I mean, ironically, we looked at the squad and we sort of talked about. We kind of think we're, even though it would be nice to have a striker, we kind of think we're all right up front, and we've gone with your notion of we've bored. Well, no, because Nigel's enlightened me of something I didn't know about, and we have scored more goals on average under Moyes since Billy Bonds managed West Ham United. That's a fucking long time because you don't even know who Billy Bonds is. So there you go.
Well, no, and, actually, the reason why that chart,
you know who he is.
The reason why that chart started with Billy Bonds because he was the first manager in the Premier League. So actually,
okay.
He possibly could go. He possibly could have a better goal scoring record than lives in the wax museum. Yeah, that's because it's fucking cold in here.
Put a heater in. It won't cost you much.
I've got a heater in. That's what's giving the light. If I switch the heater off,
you can see that light.
It gets darker in here. That's why I look like I'm in a wax. That's the heater glowing up.
Melting otherwise.
But I never looked back to see how he good. So he's the best Premier League era manager.
Premier League, yeah. So I'm more worried about our defence. I think that's where. I think it's shocking that we haven't actually bought a defender in. I really am.
It's actually almost like a bad thing that Zuma's come back. I think they've all gone, right, Zuma's back now. It's all right now.
And Creswell back as well.
Yeah, exactly. Otherwise, it would have been, right, time to get someone else in. But unfortunately, they seem to have. Nigel, why do you think it is? Why? What, is it classic GSB or is it Moyes just being a diva that he's always been?
Are they still on? I'm going to send them a link.
Send him a link because he's just done 3 hours with me. He might as well do
it. How's Nick?
He took it really well. Listen, they get him on because I'll tell you what. I did a 45-minute drive from Southend back home this morning, and I spent it listening to WhatsApp messages. We've had 4 nicks in one day. It is just the whole range. But look, at the end of the day, everybody has to be blamed. The setup of the club has to be blamed. You can't just blame GSB. There's funds there provided by Kretinsky. So there was funds for him now. But at the end of the day, I think whether we've got hampered by the fact that Newman couldn't come in till late to start, even though when he's on garden leave, the geezer's got a computer, he would have been working. Let's not fool ourselves that he started working for West Ham the day his gardening leave finished. He would have been working on West Ham as the day he left Man City. You got that, unachievable targets, possibly, unwilling to do deals. for me, the failure to bring in a car defender and another forward-thinking player. You know, I'm not hung up on strikers, but another forward-thinking player. He should have brought 2 players in. 2 players. That's all I would have.
Yeah.
You know, that's all I would have expected.
Many
One, even not, not bothered. You know, I could defend it, but I'm not going to come on here and do whatever, or wherever else I go, or whoring myself out, as Len likes to say.
There's a ladder here, by the way, of people who are looked at as decent for their airtime, because I think Anton switched your window to above mine so that the comments don't cover your face, Nigel.
Oh, right.
Whereas last video I was in, I had nothing but comments all over my face. Yes, well, he's done it now, but you're about 4 hours too late considering what happened last time. So no, that's fine. Nigel's the top man. It's fine. I like listening to him just as much as anyone else. Luckily,
someone asked a question a moment ago. We can still bring free signings in, can't we? A free agent in.
Oh, don't do this.
Regardless.
No. Listen.
Just want to clarify because the question was asked.
No, I can see it. Listen, at the end of the day, Jermaine Defoe is out there.
I was going to say
Listen,
he's literally signing that deal with Sunderland, isn't he?
20 minutes a game. That's all we got to give him. He can come off the bench. And this is the mad one. And this is the one ex-Hammer I would have brought back. And I can't believe I'm going to say this.
I know he's going to say.
It's Andy Carroll. And I'll tell you why. Right, we need a centre half. Right? We need a centre half and a striker. And I'm telling you,
he can do both.
He could have done either.
Comments up there you go, look.
He could have done either jobs. And I'm telling you, if he was on £1,000 a week at Reading, he could have signed for us for £3,000 a week.
Right, I wish I hadn't asked the bloody question now.
Why? Hold up. What would you rather, Andy Carroll or no one?
Here he comes.
No one.
Ready?
And the next question is...
Hold on a minute. The paperwork's in, and we're bringing another late signing.
We've signed another late signing. Good evening, Nick. Fucking hell. You're not right, Nick. You look calm, for fuck's sake, mate. You're right.
He's vexed.
I am. I've been through a complete roller coaster of emotions today. I really have. Honestly.
Mate, you've been through a roller coaster of emotions since the day I met you.
I know. But I'm at that kind of apathy stage now where you're just like, what the fuck just happened?
Tomorrow's going to be the rage, isn't it?
You couldn't afford apathy. You wanted too much money.
I know.
I'm gonna say something now, right? Which you could all slam me and say I'm talking up my arse and whatever, right? I tweeted this earlier on as well. I genuinely think protests could start up again.
Yeah, I agree.
If we lose a few,
imagine if we go a goal down. If we go a goal down in,
I agree.
Lose to
United.
Lose to Kidderminster.
We're not going to lose against Kidderminster. Hammers United have asked to meet with Kretinsky. Did you hear about that?
No, I didn't hear about that.
Hammers United have asked to have a meeting with Kretinsky. As if that's going to fucking really influence what
I'm going to take my own flag to the Watford game. I'm going to stick it on the centre attack. Don't know, let me in. But
before we come on to you, Nick, for a second, comments that were put out from Mark Noble. He done an interview with everyone's best friend, Rio Ferdinand, on his channel, and he said, "I'm pretty close with the manager." So we talk about players coming in and out, and what he has said from day one is he's not going to bring in players for the sake of it. He wants to improve the team and improve the squad. And if he can't get the right player, he's going to bring a player in. He isn't going to bring a player in that is a waste of money. It's everything we really knew, though, to be honest, wasn't it? I mean, he says that week in and week out in the press conferences.
Yeah, but it's the same old rhetoric. He just keeps on rolling out, isn't it? I mean, look, we need a squad. I understand that he's at a stage now where we've got 11. We've got a very good first team. We have. So, he's going out now looking for players that can improve what we're doing. But you still need that. I understand that you can't have a team like West Ham, can't have 22 players, 22 first team players. But you can. We do need backups. We absolutely need backups. And I'm amazed. I'm amazed that he's just not gone out and from what I've been told as well, because we had Sean on today. You never know whether to believe Sean, do you? But kind of Nigel checks out. But basically, from what we're hearing, David Moyes' list, it was ambitious, which is fine. You can be ambitious, you know. You Darwin Núñez's, players like that, but there should be a backup plan. You know, and we're in, and I'm a firm believer with, as far as football's concerned, that you've got to grab opportunities, and I think I think this is another opportunity. We had one last year. We did kind of make the best of it. We was only 2 points away from top 4, but we still did well. But this is another chance for us to have pushed on. They're not going to come across. They don't come along very often. Next year, you're going to have Newcastle. You're going to have Villa. It's going to be so difficult. And this was also the time where if we can't attract players now, being in the last 16 of the Europa, we've got a world-class player in Declan Rice in central midfield. We're as attractive as we're ever going to be. That's what I don't understand.
Yeah. But don't you think? I mean, you've got to go back to. You know, I'm beginning to almost not believe what I keep saying, because I've said it so many times. We've got to go back to what Moyes has apparently said about wanting full control of transfers, having a scouting system, etc., etc. And ironically, the one thing that Sean said that I kind of agreed with earlier on was it's the first transfer window that he's had the scouting system, full control of transfers, and we ain't signed anyone.
I know.
You know, so is this on Moyes? You know, it's not so much.
Yeah,
I think you're
so
right.
you
I think
just
the team.
quoted Sean, right?
I know.
You've
I have.
probably heard of the article that he's put on Claret and UDAC place that
He's already told us. Yeah.
You know, that he don't write for anymore.
Yeah.
So, you know, and this is the thing, and you know, David Sullivan did not dictate that to him. I will reiterate that, people. You know, I told you, Sean actually really does believe that garbage. You know, and it's too easy to just bypass the whole setup of the club and everything, and just to lay it at his doors. You know, and this is the thing. It's a setup situation. When not the scouting or whatever. Well, yeah, the whole scouting thing and everything else. It's a failure of the management of the club as a whole to not be in a position. If you get a list, you've got to be able to get someone over the line. You know, we know they've been dealing with Kaleta. You know, at the end of the day, we know that Sullivan, you know, will push deals through or will insist that deals get pushed through. They could have pushed it through. They could have given Marseille the 7. If we're bidding 50 million, the money was there. They could have paid the 15, 17 million for Kaleta.
That's not even a risk, is it?
Not in the Premier League for a defender like that.
No.
It's not a risk. That's probably par the course for a player coming from there.
Absolutely. We said that earlier, Nigel. Yeah, we said that earlier. And I asked the question to Sean, and he did evade the answer, giving a straight answer. I said, you know, Moyes and Newman are identifying players that they want. Who's doing the deals? It ain't Moyes and Newman. You know, it is the board, isn't it? And he he avoided he avoided giving a straight answer to that, and it was a shame, really, because we know that's what happens. We know, and you're absolutely right. I don't know who wanted the clause of I want it a loan to buy, you know, whether if that was Moyes insisting on that or whether that's the board, you know, that sort of go for that. I'm not sure. But, you know, Moyes and Newman say these are the players we want. The negotiations are down to the money man.
What money? That's a big question.
There is money there.
I think. Sorry, go on, mate.
It's I can't. I just start laughing. I can't concentrate.
I'm laughing at Nigel's face. Look at his face.
You know, he's going to say something. Say it.
Go on.
Go on.
Sorry, Luke. He is.
No, don't know.
The only thing I was going to say is that he's fine saying money, right? But I think Moyes' two best signings since he's been at the club, probably long term, Bowen and Souček, right? Didn't cost 50 million, both of them, right? I can't do this. Yeah.
Go on.
Right. The main point, Lukaku, right? 90 odd million in the summer. Not only has he been trifle, right? It's been one of the worst signings, I think, of the season. In my opinion, I think he's massively flopped. He even publicly come out even stupidly, and said, I'd want to go back to Inter Milan. And that's a £90 million player who was meant to be the striker that Chelsea were looking for. They were meant to be. That was meant to be. This is it. Chelsea have got their number 9 now. They're going to win the league now because it's the one player that they said they wanted all along, and now they've got him, and he's been crap. To think most Chelsea fans don't want him at the club anymore, sort of thing. So as much as we might want to spend money, and I don't care if I spend 100 million, if I spend 1 million, it doesn't matter to me. As a player to get in, not to get any money is frustrating, but then possibly Moyes looks at something like that and goes, well, you know what, Chelsea bought him for 90 million. And he's not been a player they wanted. That's my argument set in stone.
What do you think he would have done?
I think it's unforgivable to not go out and get players in this window.
That's fair enough.
I really do. No. I think you're right in the sense that you can just go out and you can just you can get it wrong, and that is getting it wrong on a large scale, isn't it? You know, with Ricardo.
Largest scale you can have, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, extreme. That's an extreme of it.
Yeah, I think what's not helped this window in particular was potentially the mainstream media leaking the story about the Rafinha and the
Why has that started happening?
Because it kind of takes me back. I said it earlier on in the show to 2016 when we moved from Upton Park to the London Stadium. And if you remember, after the Man United game, I'm sure Sky Sports spent a full day at the stadium the next day, and that's when David Sullivan was sitting in the stands in the director's seat, and he was saying that we're going to invest in the club record strikers. We then since found out it was Lacazette and Batshuayi. Batshuayi turned us down. We didn't do the deal for Lacazette. It was what, £2 million away from getting him or something like that. And then we ended up with Zaza on loan, but we came off of a decent, very decent season at Upton Park, and didn't. That, for me, I said this to you, Nigel, in the past, and I knew where you were at before that. But at the time, that was the window that got me. That was the one that took me from going, oh, that's where we need to progress, and we haven't. And now this window, I'm not panicking. I'm not panicking, but there's a similar vibe because we've come off of a good 18 months.
Yeah,
but that's
an option to progress.
That is why it says to me that this window now, the last 3 or 4 days, has been Sullivan, because when Moyes goes for a play, you don't know about it until they're about a day from signing. You don't hear anything about it until almost they've got to hold up the shirt. It's time for West Ham. When Sullivan is in charge of a window, you hear about the player that isn't even coming to West Ham. There's no chances. There's 2.5 chance of him coming out of 100, and yet you hear about it a week before they supposedly made a transfer. So this is the first time you're going, who's 50 million for? West Ham don't do that anymore. We haven't done that for 2 years. No one knows about who we're going after because Moyes keeps it hush hush. Suddenly in the last 3 days, 50 million here, 100 million there, 52 players coming for. What? That to me screams Sullivan.
Yeah,
and
but I think
that's.
Yeah, sorry, but I think the frustration for me with that, Luke, is it's the fact that we've acted so late, because I think we're all agreed that you can keep your cards close to your chest. You know, we understand that Moyes does that. He doesn't leak information, does he? He doesn't do that, and that's good. It's the right thing to do. But the minute you kind of you initiate a bid and then negotiations start with a player, it's out of your hands. It's in the agent's hands, and it's their job to then use that to go out and advertise their player and find the best deal for them and everything else.
No,
so what that says to me is that I don't think much has happened up until the last 4 days, 5 days. And that's what I don't get. It's leaving it to the last minute when we are kind of, and we've scattered. It feels like we've scattergunned. I mean, to get to the last 3 or 4 days and then have multiple bids in for players, for big players as well. I mean, you'd imagine that somebody like a Darwin Núñez, if that bid was genuine, I don't even know if it was, but you'd imagine a player like him, if you're going to convince him to come, you've got to make him feel like he's your primary target, that you want him, that you kind of, because this is a level of player that you've almost got to sell your club to, isn't it? You would imagine it's not the other way around. We're not picking up broken players and players from the Championship now who are looking for a step up. You know,
well, I don't know, because Núñez is still only 22 years of age, and he's had a couple of good seasons in Portugal. You know, I mean, he broke in Spain. He had an all right season in Spain, actually, for Almeria, who they're only second division at the time, and then they sold him. And he's only had I mean, he's actually a good player, but he's only had a couple of good seasons in Portugal. He's definitely a talent. I would love him to come to us. So I'm not so sure. I think I get what you're trying to say, Nick, but I don't think he is the sort of player that you had to sell West Ham to, because he'll look at it and go, "You finished 6th last season, Premier League. You're still up there. Good opportunity for me.
They're
I'm 22 years of age. Sorry, mate.
The Champions League.
Yeah.
Champions League.
Well, no, yeah. Fair play. They are. Yeah. Yeah.
Also, it doesn't scream a Moyes type player.
Oh, you know what? Look at it. Look at his profile. He's like a young Antonio. I mean, he really is.
He doesn't look like a young. I've seen videos of him.
No, I know he doesn't look like him, but
fair enough.
He's the way he plays his football. He's a hard grafting footballer. Runs the flanks. Uses his strength, his body strength, and all that. He would fit West Ham. He's not a technical player, but he would fit West Ham United without a doubt. For the way Moyes wants his strikers to play.
Well, this guy still is available, as we all know. I mean, he's available on the transfer market, so we can maybe bring him in. He's free.
No, honestly, I would have taken Carroll at this point.
Oh my god!
I'm not even joking. Well, rather than no one until the end of the season. What harm could it do?
You were literally 30 seconds late to the conversation, because before you popped in, negative Nigel was
my worst nightmare is Masuaku, Yarmolenko, and Carroll all on at the same time. Fuck me.
Yeah. No, I know.
You know,
right.
I am right.
But that just shows you my desperation, doesn't it? But you know, it is a shame. A lot of people, when you listen to me, you might think that I'm not anti Moyes. I think he's an amazing manager. I don't think he does everything well. I don't think the transfer window is his thing. I generally don't. And I think it'd be a crying shame, because, like Luke said earlier on, talking about protests, if it does take a slight dip, if heaven forbid we go now on a little wobble, it's going to get toxic really quick, and then it's going to be good luck winning a home game from that point. If it goes that way. And it would be a shame, wouldn't it? It would be a shame because I don't want Moyes to fail. I don't think he's a good manager. He's a brilliant manager. I'm really fucked off.
I'll tell you what it is to me. It doesn't make sense. This
No,
window
it doesn't make sense. No,
when you
doesn't.
consider all the other windows we've had under Moyes.
And to be honest, we said it. I said it earlier. I'm more concerned about our defence than I am about attack. Ironically, I'm more sort of concerned that it's not that we won't be scoring goals. I think we will. I just think we've started conceding goals again, and I think that's the biggest surprise of all. I would have gone if Kaletakar had come through the door. I would have gone, all right, but at least we're going to be a bit more solid, and maybe shore up our defence a little bit. But we haven't even done that.
But the thing is, right, I can understand with the Kaletakar thing still. I can understand, because Moyes has got his budget, he's got his pot. They say you've got 60, 70 million. He's then got to work out, okay, I need this many players. All right, we're going to spend this much on that player. Try and get him on a loan. Try and get him on a loan deal. Well, at some point, when it looks like we're struggling, you've got to change. We could have picked him up for, how much was it? Was he available for? Was it 15, 17 million?
15 mil.
Yeah, so at some point, you've got to change your mindset and think, we ain't getting no one else. Let's just get this player in.
No,
that would have really helped. It would have really helped us,
I totally agree.
We said this earlier on, Nick, though, as well. We were talking to Tom and we were saying, what is it from his opinion? Yeah, we all know he's a journalist, etc. But what is it from his opinion that makes us fans see something different to the management? When you think of players like Kaletakar getting the deal over the line, Origi, we see what he's capable of doing in the Premier League. Why are they not going for that type of player that can come in our opinion, and be the better option off the bench, or be an option to start? But Moyes says it week in and week out. If he doesn't fancy the player, he's just not going to bring him in. He refuses point blank to bring someone in for the sake of it, and he's done it. And still, I think, remember when we brought Moyes back and we had the guy on from the Blue Boys Network, Everton fan, Mike, great guy.
I remember that.
Yeah, I remember him.
He said
the same thing.
He said, you will do really well, but you'll have every single transfer window you'll get pissed off. He said it, and he said that the minute that Moyes came into our club. And I don't know how long has Moyes been here, but he said he'd done it year in and year out with Everton. He progressed us. He took us to that next level,
and he kept us consistent there. But he worked with a tight squad, and every single window we were one signing or two signings away from them maybe making that step up. But he was obsessed with consistently keeping us there and there.
He said. He also said he used to. The one thing that I think we all laughed at the same time was he said that when he was at Everton, he used to make weird substitutions, or he wouldn't make 3 substitutions like he's allocated, and you'd get to the point where you're going, and you look at it the other day, he bought Masuaku and Yarmolenko on for 4 hours, and else people thinking, okay,
why?
Everyone sort of gave up, went, oh, and then fair enough, hopefully you got some idea about this. But it's funny what he said though about Moyes will take you to a level, and you'll look like you're going to progress even further. Like you got,
you just don't get there.
Everton in the Champions League, and you're going, oh, we're going to go further here, and then something stops, and you're going. And my worry is now you said that, Anton. That's brought me back to my memory now. You start to think this could be more where Moyes stops.
Yeah,
this could be the first.
Nigel, someone's asked you a question.
I just wonder
said nothing in 30 minutes.
That was just.
Oh no, he's speaking to sources close to the club to see if.
No, I was looking to see how long ago the 50 million bid first got mentioned.
Only the other day, 3 days ago.
It was only 3 days ago.
Well, sorry, I was looking through my WhatsApps.
Right.
How'd
you miss that one?
So,
well, we know we've worked out that the Phillips 50 million bid was made during the FA Cup against Leeds.
Yeah,
we know that. Yeah, but it only broke the other day. Yeah.
Oh, so that was what Nigel said. It was a passing comment.
That's what you were looking for, Nigel. You could have just asked me.
No, but this is the thing. I know, and this is I don't. I don't tell people how sausages is made, but
but Sean does. Even though Sean,
keeps saying, once upon a time, you told people how sausages were made.
Yeah, I know. Look at
the fucking
the other
sausage maker.
Dear,
dear, nearly started social media wars.
I've just got to say, where has he gone?
Fucking hell.
I just got to say hello to Nicholas, who's got the same surname as me, although we're not related. So welcome, Nicholas. Diganizu lagala.
You're so glad you're not related to him.
Listen to him.
I'm not fucking related to him.
He's been learning Welsh.
And Nicholas, by the way, Kyriakou is a common Greek surname. So, it's an absolute joke. We haven't signed anyone. We needed a centre-back, a centre midfielder, maybe a winger, definitely a striker. Nicholas, mate.
Any one
of those would have done.
Going back to the Everton fan that came on, he never specifically said that, he'll get us to a certain level after 2 years and then it'll fucking dip. Like, we are transitioning. We have transitioned. I've just seen a name there. Oh, no. Sorry. And we're starting to transition, but I don't see us dipping. I hope we don't fucking dip. But he was saying
I don't think we will.
8 or 9 years of consistently keeping Everton in the top 6. Never couldn't get to the Champions League, but consistently into the top 6.
No, you are. He only finished in the top 4 twice. Moyes was unlucky that he actually did it the year that Liverpool won the Champions League after finishing outside of the top 4.
Typical.
They had to go into pre-qualifying and got knocked out before the group stage.
Same as us though. When we finished 5th, we missed out on UEFA League, UEFA Cup at the time.
Yeah, but Moyes was. He did. He had a couple of dips with Everton, but generally he finished 5th or 6th.
Yeah.
But is that an indication of Moyes' level, or is it an indication that actually catching the bigger clubs is more difficult than we presume?
I think it's an indication of what we've got to come. Which, what I'm fine with. I'll deal with 4th, 5th, and 6th. That's fine. But the fact of the matter is, to get to that next level, you've got to take risks. I think Moyes is risk averse. And I've said it before. I said it on a stream the other day. I think it's a term that fits in well, because we know people call him due diligence Dave. He likes to do his checks, and like I said, you can have 500 scouts at West Ham, and they could all be feeding Moyes players. But at the end of the day, there's going to be that bottleneck. David Moyes that's going to kind of filter all of that out. And I do kind of think it's paralysis by analysis. I think he overthinks things. I do. And that's why I think we've arrived at this point. And it is frustrating. I'm not saying we're going to drop off a cliff now. It'd be very difficult to, wouldn't it? But I do think that it wouldn't surprise me if the second half of the season was a complete.
I think if we don't make Europe, I think the knives will be out. That's my worry. Nigel, I'm not saying my knife will be out, but I think fans in general will see it as a failure.
But this
is
the thing, right? And this is the thing where I say, like, Russ sent me something the other day, and it was a listing, and I told Nick earlier.
Tea cake?
No, it was a listing of West Ham's like top 6 finishes, and he just wanted confirmation, and it was literally, was that it? And I went, yeah, big club, aren't we? You know, 3rd or 5th, and 4th, 6th. That's a lot. Yeah, in 122 years, and that's why I struggle when people like Nick.
We've heard that before, haven't we, John?
Like Nick.
You know,
that's it. That's going to be it. You're going to be hearing that all throughout the second half of the season.
So,
but listen, I mean, we're talking about
why we've never been that club. We've never been that club. You know,
we've never been.
We've not.
I think what people are thinking is this was an opportunity to be that club in this transfer window.
But we're actually talking about. We're only talking about like Lingard, Kaleta, and potentially an Origi. No, but what I mean is, if we had brought those 3 particular players in. I know if is a fucking, if you had a square hole, you'd be shitting bricks. Yeah. But the whole point I'm trying to say here is, if you brought those 3 players in, this meltdown would not be happening in the current squad.
But there's no guarantee if we brought. There's no guarantee if we brought those players in that we might, not doing it. You know, people keep saying Lingard came in when we were 4th and we ended up 6th. You know,
but the current squad can potentially perform again. There's no guarantee, but if they do, and we get to the summer, and we could get to the summer and finish in the top 6 and do something in Europa League, whether that would be a miracle, quarterfinals, and if it is a miracle, then they bring in 2 or 3 players. Then we're starting. I know we need
6. We need 6 players.
I know
in the summer.
We're not going to get 6, mate.
No, I know we're not. But in order to really strengthen the squad. And actually stand still with all the players, out of contract, players getting into their, 33, 34, 35, etc. We're going to need about 5 or 6 players in the summer.
100%.
And we know we're not.
And that bothers me. I don't think he's going to be able to do it.
But this is.
I don't think he will.
So I say, actually, sometimes instead of getting worried, just enjoy it because it ain't going to last. We are going to drop down the table. This is
enjoy it, Nigel. I've just had the most traumatic month of my life.
I know, mate. I listened to it today. I said we had 4 nicks in one day.
Yeah,
today. It was just. I literally did drive for 45 minutes listening to Nick.
I am really worried if we slip down to 8th, Nick is going to implode.
But this is the thing, we could slip to 8th.
I'm expecting us to now. I think it'd be a miracle not to.
But don't worry about it. But if we get to 8th, but then we go quarter-final of the Europa Cup, semi-final of the FA Cup, if we get the semi-final of the cup competition, right, and finish 7th or 8th, that's good.
But Nigel, how do we expect
points? We were 7 points behind Arsenal 5 games ago.
I know.
But how many games in hand did they have?
No, but the point I'm trying to make is that, if we do drop to 8th, the season has been that where teams can chop and change.
You can shift.
A season's done. It's a marathon, not a sprint, and you can't. You can't say, "Well, I was beating Usain Bolt on 20 yards." Well, unfortunately, it was an 100-yard fucking race, mate.
To be fair, they did. To be fair, a lot of them did against Usain Bolt.
No, do you know what I'm saying? It's like you have to see it through to the end of the season. Everybody goes through the same thing. The reason why these big clubs, the 4 or 5. The 5 big clubs are where they are because of the money that they're spent, the squad that they've assembled. They'll look at it and go, "Oh, this is a poor situation," but their squad's still better than ours. I mean, I've got a Tottenham mate, and I literally said to him, "How do you rate this season?" And he said, "Oh, this is terrible." And I was like, "Yeah, you're a couple of points behind us with 4 games in hand. If you win your games in hand, you're going to be in 4th spot. This is terrible, isn't it?" You know, and it's all about perception. And this is the thing.
Sometimes
it's better to just sit and enjoy the ride.
But the thing is,
you're getting off of the roller coaster at some point. But when you get off of the roller coaster, hold up, you are at the bottom of the ride, not at the top.
Yeah. But my concern is, how can we expect, once the European games start coming in thick and fast, we've got these 11 players that Moyes refuses to rotate when they're fit. So even if you don't get injuries, you suffer from fatigue. Players get fatigued. I think the whole shape gets fatigued because the opposition know how we're going to play. There's no surprises. How can we expect to see this season through? You know, when the European, because we can't play our B+ team in the European games anymore.
We got Barcelona. I put the kids in.
Nick, I think it was the year you was born, 1981. Was it the
80,
year you was
80.
born? Oh, you was 1 years up. Well, 81. Yeah. So we played 42 league games.
Here he goes. He comes a fucking encyclopedia. I love it.
42 league games,
Drum roll.
Three in the FA Cup, all in the same round against Wrexham. We got to the final of the League Cup, which went to replay. We also did 6 games in Europe that year, including playing a semi-final, I think, in Russia, just before we played the League Cup final at Wembley. So we had all that to contend with. 61 games. I think we used 15 or 16 players in total.
Proper football.
Yeah, these were players that weren't as fit. Yeah. They had steak for dinner before they went out on the pitch and kicked the ball. They played on the worst pitches that didn't have grass on from November, that bobbled about like anything. And we're talking the best players who could ball, Brookings and Devonshires that control it. You know, were playing on the bobbly pitches. And they had all that, and they smoked and drank like anything. Some before the game. And yet we never batted an eyelid. But now a bloke's getting fatigue if he plays more than 30 games a season. And yet they're fitter. They eat pasta and everything else. They play on pitches that are carpets. And they only train for 2 hours a day, 3 times a week. I'm sorry.
Because they're finely tuned athletes now. They're ready to ping. Look at Antonio's hamstrings. They're ready to ping.
Mate, Antonio's hamstrings were ready to ping when he was born, mate.
No. He's changed his diet, though. Of
course he has. He's on a vegan diet now, isn't he?
But they've been pinging all season, haven't they? And funny enough, they haven't, have they?
Well, not yet, mate.
He's managing himself a lot better now, hasn't he? Antonio. And people are criticising him for it as well, I think. Don't you think that's a result of him kind of managing his own fitness a little bit more? The fact he isn't chasing every lot of calls.
No, he's just chasing missed aeroplanes now, trying to get back from Jamaica.
Yeah,
that's all.
I
think it's to do with the fact he didn't go through a Premier League academy and that he started off in non-league football and therefore wasn't overplayed as a young player. But that's another show.
There's your article for tomorrow night.
Yeah, Russ will have that at 12 o'clock.
Here we go. NWO makes a good point. The game's quicker now.
It is quicker.
Too quick.
They all at the same pace. People can run as faster, but they're running up against people that are faster, aren't they?
And they was all pissed back there. Now you don't know you're injured when you're pissed.
Yeah, but they were having cortisone injections and everything else. They were reading football.
So half of them would have got banned now by doing that.
This is what I'm saying. You know, that is what went on. So I won't have people say to me they can't play, 42 games.
But they can't. But Nigel, they can't. But they literally can't. We've seen it.
Why do people complain about playing Sunday, Thursday, but you never hear the same complaint from those playing Saturday in Champions League on a Tuesday and Wednesday? Yeah, and this is the thing. It's we got this.
You do a little bit.
They don't. They will play
the one thing that
every
makes me
game.
laugh. The one thing that makes me laugh is that they're on this break now, aren't they? This 2-3 week break.
Yeah.
They've finally got after going play Spain and Germany and France. Do what can't we do it as well? You know what I mean? But I looked and thinking they've still got Championship and League One. I know it's a different level, but you still got the EFL game. I'm thinking they must be thinking you fucking bastards. 2 or 3 weeks off. We've got 46 league games to play away from fucking Grimsby, and you got to go away to money at Old Trafford or something. But I was going to say earlier this when we moved, I think the owners shot themselves in the foot, and I know it's to get money in the door, and they're all about the money and stuff like that. They had to sell the ground move to say that we're going to another level. So as much as I've been in dream world that we've made the Europa League, that we're up there in the top 6, that West Ham have never been before, always been a bit of a yo-yo club, you know, mid-tables, like, yeah, we finished 10th this season, not 17th. But to a level, this is their own fault. And when we finished almost the Champions League, everyone's going, well, this is what the owner said that they wanted. The only difference is they didn't think it would happen under Moyes. They thought it would happen under Pellegrini, which is why they gave him 100 million to go and get 5-7 players at the start of the season. But suddenly Moyes has called their bluff. And like, hold on, we have to do this every year. He's going to have to pay 50 million players. So as much as it's like I'm in dream world and I'm like enjoying the ride, and Nigel, you're the only person I've ever met that enjoys seeing teams score against West Ham because goals are fun.
No, I enjoy against West Ham. What I'm saying is,
I actually worry about you in the ground. That if you're cheering other, it's fun.
When I walk out of the ground, if I've watched the 4-3 and we've lost, and I'm walking out in the ground, and I can tell you a situation where the geezer who does West Ham's media stuff now, Chris Skull, bumped into me after we'd been beat 4-3 by Leicester.
Yeah, I remember that game.
At that game.
Flashbacks of you.
He was walking down to the Black Lion. He turned around and went to me, "Oh, I bet you're well happy, ain't you?" And I went, "Mate, you've just watched a cracking game of football. Were you not happy? Were you not entertained?"
Is that why you tweeted? Is that why you tweeted goals are fun?
This is the thing, but I've said it for ages. It's just now that social media is that goals are fun, because if you watch, you know, what's the best West Ham game at Upton Park?
Is that
5-4 Bradford? 5-4 Bradford. We were 4-2 down at Bradford. We should never have been in that position.
Yeah, that's easy to say because we won it.
Yeah, but then if we'd have lost it 4-3, we've still seen 7 goals. We've been in the same. You know,
I'm going to let Stell close off the show. But before I go, if you are watching, go and check out Nick's channel, Claret and Booze, on YouTube. Give it a subscribe, give it a like. Go check it out. Get them up there. Get them up to, what's your target now, Nick? Like, I don't know. Just fucking subscribe to it.
12, mate. I don't work with targets.
No, that's Stell's channel. So if you want to go and subscribe to Stell's channel, Stelios Hammer, he's on the route to 100. So let's get Stell to 100. Yeah. And Nigel, 6'2".
Means nothing to me.
Love yous and leave yous.
Lovely, cheers.
Thank
you,
mate. Well,
see you later.
Love you.
I can't come off. I don't know how to come off.
It's all right. I'll fucking boot you off. It is 10 to 12. You know, it's been a long day.
Yeah, it's been a long day.
You know, the headlines is we've not signed anyone. The headlines is we're not signing anyone. You know, no late signings. What's the deal about the domestic signings? Apparently, someone asked a question about 3 hours ago. You know, we talked about free signings. What about domestic signings from lower leagues or something like that? That can't happen now, can it?
I don't think it can now.
No, I didn't think so.
I'm pretty certain it can't. No,
sign a domestic.
Yeah,
we've got cleaners already, haven't we?
Oh,
you need another domestic still?
Did any of you truly believe that we would arrive at this point? Because I've been being negative the whole way through. I did not believe we weren't going to sign anyone.
I thought we were going to get 2 players in. I thought we were going to
get more surprised.
Oh, you thought it?
Someone. Not called it. No, not outside. Thinking.
Yeah.
Because it's what I expected personally was to get 2 signings on the 3rd of January. To say, right, here it is. This is who we're looking at for. And now January's open. We've finally got them over the hill. But then it's the 5th day. It's the 8th day. It's the 12th day. And then Twitter goes. And then it's today. I heard. I saw a tweet saying that both Rice and Noble are talking to the club about what's going on. I'm thinking, oh, this is where it's going now. There's going to be revolt within the team now. They're going to get. This is going to be a Noble after Dean Garner was sold. This is why I said protest, because you're going to get. Look. This is the mad thing. 5 months ago, after we beat Liverpool 3-1 at London Stadium, there was people going, "This is the best team that West Ham have ever had since the 85
it's still the same
season."
Team, though.
It is, but it's the whole ethos of the thing. It's the whole ethos of the fact that we're not even playing as well as we were. We're not scoring goals like we were. We don't look half as efficient as we did. The old Bonner injury has sent a cascading, a Jenga style thing where everything collapses. And you can tell that even when we win games now, it's not like, yeah, we've won it, even though we played shit. It's
Yeah.
like going, yeah, but we were shit. Well, then where's the whole hard work ethic gone? It's almost like we will win a game now.
I just think,
But luckily, it's a shame. It's a shame.
I think we are weakened, given that we've lost Ogbonna for the season. So that's the thing that surprised me more than anything else. The fact that we just didn't get cover for him. But I think we've got to put. I know it's an easy thing to say, but I think we just got to put faith in the squad of players that have got us here so far. Well, we don't have a choice, and we are fifth, even though I know there are clubs below us that have got games in hand, and we can go down to 8th place, etc. But even after the teams who if they've got to win them, and those teams are playing each other as well. If they win them and we go down to 8th and we've got 10 games to go, that's still not bad. It's not bad. There's still a chance for us to, keep going. And I think what we did is we got really carried away with, just because we missed out on Champions League and we really thought we were going to push on. And I think we believed our own, sort of headlines in a way that we were going to make. I think a lot of fans thought we were going to make Champions League pretty easy this season. We were going to and given how we started off as well, and being 4th for quite a lot of the first half of the season, I think we almost said, a lot of fans were thinking in their heads, this is going to be a given. We're going to do it. We're going to do it. And then when we sort of fell out of the 4th place and started sliding down a bit, that's when sort of the negativity came in. But having said all that, I thought we were going to get players in this window too.
The most depressing thing for me, if this does go, look, 8th would be acceptable. That would be fine. But
wouldn't for me actually.
Worse than that, we could go down to 10th. But you know what that would mean, though, Stel, if that was to happen, that would mean, and that would be the most upsetting thing, and that would be that last season was just another flash in the pan good season, because that's what that would mean. Because for us to drop down to 8th or 10th, we would have to really capitulate throughout the second half of the season. And we've had loads of good singular first one. We've had loads of good single good seasons. We had one in 15-16. All right, fair enough. We might have finished another position lower. but the fact of the matter is, we never build on it. And we haven't improved this year. We haven't improved on last year. We haven't. And do you know what? That is the upsetting thing. We haven't built.
Scored more goals.
We haven't built on it. We haven't built.
Do you know?
I scored more goals.
Well, let's talk about the 15-16 season, which was basically based on one player, Pyatt.
And this year, it's Rice this year. If we take Rice out of the team.
No, that I disagree with. I disagree. I think we've got a number of players. We've got Zuma, we've got Declan, we've got Bowen. There's 3 straight away. Creswell has been playing at, we thought Creswell was finished 2 seasons ago. And let's get to him in a minute. Creswell, and we really missed Creswell when he went out injured. Antonio started the season well. He's fallen away. Yeah. So it was very different in 15-16, where we relied on Pyatt, and as soon as Pyatt threw his toys out the pram, it was game over. Whereas now, it's kind of been proven when we've had players out, when we've had Declan out last season, when he was out injured, we covered that, and ironically, the player that we've missed most is what I just said, Creswell. We've suffered more with Creswell being out than anything else. So I think we've maintained where we were. Have we not improved? I think we've done.
We haven't improved
as good as. I think we've done as good as. But we are weaker. We're weaker because we don't have Lingard in, as we did this time last season, and we're weaker because we don't have Ogbonna. That is why I'm really, really surprised that we haven't.
Yeah. And that's what I mean by saying we haven't built on it. We haven't. We've not built on it, and
we've winged it a little bit.
We have winged it, yeah. And it is, and I feel sorry for those players, because I do think I don't think it's. I know what you're saying, Luke. Where's that fight and everything else now? I don't think it's that. I just think they're. I think they're knackered.
Fornells looks.
I think they're knackered. Especially when you look at the congested fixture schedules now that we've got, when they get compacted the way that they do.
Yeah.
And we play the same players week in, week out. They don't get rotated.
This is the downfall of Moyes, that he doesn't rotate. He seems to. I don't know whether he doesn't trust the squad enough or whatever it may be, but you're absolutely right there. I think, we talked earlier.
The only thing is, I'm really sorry to interrupt, but the only thing is when you look at the top clubs, and I'm talking top 5, I'm talking Liverpool, Chelsea, Man City, how many times do they rotate? I'm not saying we're at a level. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying that if in Moyes' head, he's going, when you play these teams, you know who's going to be in the starting 11. You can go, if you do a preview, you can go, right, this is who we're looking out for. This is their danger men. You basically know who's the top scorer, who's the assist man. If you're playing around City, you know De Bruyne, you know the back four, you know everyone's going to play, right? The difference is how good they're going to be on a day. So you could rotate for every game, for example, just to keep everyone fresh and try new ideas, right? But it might not work, because what happens as well is that teams need to have a repetition of know who they played with. You know, for the centre backs need to practice together so they can communicate better throughout games. The midfielders, i.e. Souček and Rice, they need to have an understanding, which has also changed this year because Souček hasn't been anywhere near as effective, especially goal-wise, as he turned up at West Ham. You need Antonio to work on his thing for the forward line. The wingers and the fullbacks have an understanding. So as much as if they're getting fatigued, change them around, keep it fresh, make sure they don't get injuries and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's what I think.
I understand.
You don't have to. Yeah, you don't have to rotate the whole squad, but you know, Moyes has had opportunities in, like, you know, cup competitions, etc., where he probably knew that we would win a game comfortably. Where, you know, not the Norwich game that was slotted in between the Leeds games. Perfect example of where he could have used maybe 2 or 3 different players there to give certain players enough of a rest to be able to face Leeds again the following weekend. And I think that's where it becomes a little bit like, why not? Why not? Would it have been any worse if you'd have played Kral in goal? Would it have been any worse if you'd have played, I don't know, whoever else that didn't play on that, you know, didn't start that game? It wouldn't have been. You've got to.
The only thing,
Nick, you said we've got a very good 11. I say we've got a very good 14, 15. And then we start to worry after that. You know, because I'm including the likes of Areola in there. I'm including the likes of, you know, Ben Rama, for now, or, you know, however he rotates them.
I'll just like every now and then for the opposition to not know the starting 11 that's going to be coming at them. To just have a situation where they can prepare weeks in advance for the West Ham team that they're going to be facing. That for me, we should even.
Oh, Nick's gone. Nick's gone halfway.
Midnight, his wife's pulled the plug on his internet. It's fucking. He's turned into a pumpkin.
Yeah,
this has summed up his night a little bit, I think.
Oh yeah, that's fucking classic.
All right,
what you were saying there about changing players for Norwich, I will just say personally that to me kind of screams old West Ham. Oh, it's Norwich. It's only Norwich. We can put a few new, but then
I'm not dismissing Norwich and going, oh, we could have beaten them, but I'm not even saying weaken the team, because strictly speaking, you know, we've got 14, 15, 16 players that if you mix them around, it shouldn't make the team any less what's the word I'm looking for? Any less than what the first 11 are. Areola, for example, is Areola, for example, is as good as, if not better than.
I don't get this thing with Areola.
Ben Johnson, for example, is as good as any other fullback that we've got. You know, we could have mixed it up a little bit in order to give a bit of respite. That's all. Kral, we still haven't seen Kral yet. We don't know what he's like. You know,
and going back, don't worry about it.
Well, no, hang on a minute. Everyone said that he's no good, etc., etc. Why not get rid of him in this window? Why not have handed him back to Spartak?
It's possible the deal was done that we couldn't do that.
Well, no, apparently even Spartak Moscow said if he's not going to be used, might as well have him back. You know, so, you know, I don't know. Anyway.
All right. Well, Nick said good night. His internet died.
Good.
So
good. All right. Well, I think we're all saying good night.
He sent it to you for your 3G text today.
For all of you that have been watching for over 4 hours, thank you so much. Sorry we couldn't bring you any you know, good news in terms of signings, but you know what? Trust in Moyes. Trust in the squad.
If you read the comments, there is one. I don't know if she's joking or if you read one of the latest comments, Mandy G. It's something. Even if she's joking about it, it's something.
Oh yeah. Callum Marshall. Well, if you watch my Sunday, my West Ham weeklies, Callum Marshall, he's played 4 games. He's scored 4 goals. He was signed from Linfield. dynamite. There's some dynamite under 23s and under 18s. Honestly, Divin Umbama, the under 18s, Callum Marshall, Oko Flex. You know, there are some very good youngsters coming through. Give them a chance. Give them a chance when it's the right time. I'm expecting to see at least 4 youngsters start against Kidderminster on Saturday. But anyway,
yeah, I am as well.
Yeah,
might be
right.
What's it called? Poison chalice, something like that.
Thank you, everyone. Much appreciated. Have a very good Tuesday. The rest of the week, even though we haven't signed anyone, and we'll see you all soon. Cheers, Nigel. Cheers.
Cheers,
Mate. Thank you.
Cheers, mate.